Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Imam Rahim here. We're in heaven. Oh boy, it's something. It's something. It's getting a lot worse, brothers and sisters. This is the war. It's the defining war. It's going to trigger Armageddon and beyond. Transition war. Between Satan and Allah. Satan is God as well. And Muhammad is God. The world coming in. Transition God. It's a battle. And I'm trying to give it in basic terms, brothers, as clear as I can. What's going on? It's really not an analogy. It's actually what's actually happening. When you understand it in the simplest terms, you got to grasp what's happening. You really do. But you're apparently not going to get it until Shock the hour, which is all but upon you. Move on, brothers and sisters. There's the simplest terms, brothers and sisters. Simplest terms. Let me move out the way here. Simplest terms. Now, the Bible talks about a 6,000 year period. I'm talking about 6,000 year period too. He put more color on it. As Master Muhammad taught him. But 6,000 year period, when there's a 24,000 year period, possibly 24,000 year period, the Earth turns on its axis, that total axis change. Right? So if you say 6 goes into 24 4 times, it's 4 seasons. Because we said the Bible talks about the season, the current season, the season of Adam. The season of Adam. Okay. And that's another thing. When you read the scriptures, we talk about, let's make man in like an image. It's not talking about Adam. It doesn't say Adam anywhere. All you got to do is look at Genesis, go through Genesis, and it says there's 6 days there, right? Each day is broken in 2 parts, day and night. So each one is 500 years. So you get down to 6th day, where we are right now, we're at the end of 6,000 years. There's 6th day, that's last 1,000 years of it. And it says, let's make man like an image, male and female. That's the last 500 years. So that means that the last 500 years, that's what's talking about. That's the part of time, that's the period we're in, the last 500 years. That's the period of the last descendant of Adam, the last iteration. The one you see there, right? Adam and Eve, the one, see, that's the last iteration. Right? The original Adam, 6,000 years ago, and this is his descendant, the last one. This one you talk about, that's the same way I talk about in the Quran. See? The original one wasn't even called Adam. Yaakov creation. The last iteration is called Adam. The last 500 years. That's what it is. Let's go down and check it. First day, second day, third day, 6th day, then the last part, 6th day. That would be where we are right now. So let's make man like an image. It's something that will be produced, right? But in that last day. But Adam's, his whole nation of Adam, if you put it that way, about 6,000 years ago with Dr. Yaakov. And what you see right now, the last, we're talking about Adam, and the particular Adam there, and the one in Quran, that's the Adam that been ruling the last 500 years. Same 500 years that says let's make man like an image. I'm not going into all the details. That's not the purpose for that. This is just trying to give you some idea of what's going on. Right? See, they confuse it. Oh, no, it's not. That's not. We have to go to Genesis and see time frame. It's the last part of the years. That's where we are right now. Let's make man likes an image, female. That's the original people who submitted to Adam. Adam is the last Adam, last generation, last 5 years. Believe. Actually, God made God, so whatever. But what I'm trying to say is that the Adam season was the winter season. It was a bad season, cold season, bitter. So bitter and cold. But we had people in the summer, so that we would not be successful in the winter season. Right? We'd be cold, hungry, right? And ice people, they would be ice. They'd be ice cold. And they would treat us as their nature. So they come around and you hug you, man, and you get frostbite. You can't. Anything they do is going to be bad for you. But you need them to help them. You need to submit to them to survive the winter. But the bottom line I'm trying to show you is that the winter, spring is coming now. We had the 6,000 years. Now it's going to 7,000 years. 7. The animals told he rest. This time will be an end at the 6,000 years. So he's at the end now. So now he's getting ready. Now spring's coming in. And I've got a problem because he's losing his power. Because power is in snow and hail and ice and icebergs and carrying on, right? That was his power. Well, that's melting. You see his power melting. And spring, every day it gets worse and worse and worse. They're trying to hold on to it. But that's death. Global warming. Oh, man. See? Because that's a sign. They tell you it's a bad sign. It was a good sign, but for them it's a bad sign. Because the earth is now going to spring, everything is warming up. The earth is being energized. See? It's been warmed up, energized. It was energized, it means it's heating up. That means the poles are going to melt. That means those two continents in Antarctica will be exposed and livable. Green grass and everything. And not only that, the ocean's going to rise because the ice melts are melting, and it's going to cause the ocean to rise, which is going to cool the oceans off because ice melting in there, which is going to make things. That's why even in Florida it's cool. And that's why the atmosphere is cool, because the ice is melting into the oceans causing the atmosphere to cool off. Keep on going until all the ice melts. But then as the ice melts, there's more water, turns back into water. So more water, and more water will happen. What happens to more water? That means now you have more water. More rain, everything, all the deserts disappear. The desert came because there was less water. Now water. So now the earth becomes a garden. Like the Quran said, earth becomes a garden. That's the place that you go after you die. It's a garden. Because there's plenty of water. That means now all the deserts turn to beautiful land with all kinds of flowers and everything else. You got two more continents open. They got more living space. Because now you can live on those two continents because they're going to be blessed with plant life and carrying on, gardens. Right? So that's it. Get warmer and warmer, and now every place becomes a garden. So in other words, then you have all these little trees and everything there, right? So now you got protection from the sun because everything's becoming garden. Right? That's in our favor. But see, that's against them because as the oceans rise, the islands, like the islands you see there, will be underwater. All these coastal cities will be underwater, and they built most of their coastal cities along the coast. So it's total destruction. And when the spring comes in, it makes all things new because every trace of winter is gone. Spring comes in, all things new. That's why I say all things, because there's no trace of winter once the spring actually comes in. When the spring is coming in, it's transition. Say, oh man, it's just start warming up. And so you got the conflict because you got the people saying they want to hold on. They try to hold on to the winter. They can't. It's impossible. That means they try to remember they're in control for 6,000 years. Now they lose control. So that's what you see. America desperate. You're desperate. They're trying to maintain control. They can't. It's impossible, but they don't know that. Because they was created in the winter. It's like if you talk to a lot like, right? You could talk. Hey, you don't know anything about the autumn. It was created in the spring. You don't know anything about May, might be what? It might get to summer, but it doesn't know anything about the fall. It's born in spring. So when the fall comes, it dies. It had no, it had, it didn't even exist. Because it never lasts a whole year to find out they go through solar cycles. So the devils never experienced spring. They don't know what spring is like. It was created in haste, like I said in the crime. It was created in the winter. And so they don't know, right? And so all of a sudden things are going wrong. And their powers in the winter. Snowstorms, avalanches, icebergs, hail. See, that was their power. And now all this stuff is just melting away. So their power's losing their power. And then the spring people, they start being energized. Oh, it start rising up. Oh, they start getting warmer now. See, because they had the winter people had the spring people under control. And they had under control. But now, because they was freezing cold, and they man, yeah, okay, you can, I give you igloo, but you got to work for me. I go out and get some fish stuff, That's what it is. They enslaved us. We cannot be successful in the wintertime, but we're freezing. We're summer people. But they're winter people. We're summer people. What does that mean? It means we can enjoy the spring, but we really love summer. We're summer people. But spring is good. It's good for us, but summer is better, right? So that's why you have a person. Remember, the devils, the Caucasians, they're winter people. The original people, right? They're summer people. The spring, right? That's why you got a made God who's half winter and half summer. Because that's spring is transition to summer. So for the next 6,000 years, Master Muhammad will rule. He's the God for the next 6,000 years. It says exactly like Muhammad said, because he said that he's a made God, and that the original God is more powerful than him. They will rule for the next 6,000 years. Then he'll be turned back over to tribe of Shabbos again. Exactly like Muhammad said, and that's it. That's why he has a transition God. We have no problem because it's spring. We still have, we enjoy the spring, but we love the summer. We have no problem with him. His rule be a great rule. Spring rule. A great rule. He's the God. When he puts it in to the winter. He's God. Satan is God of winter. He's coming to his end. The devils and the demons, the winter people, they like the winter. They want to stay here in the winter. Arakan's probably the devil. You can prove it. He out his own mouth. If he's a winter person, he likes the winter, right? He said he don't mention the covenant, anything like that. He don't mention the covenant either. Because we ain't going nowhere according to him. You understand, brothers? That's exactly what's happening here. So the winter is fading fast every day. So they backfire. They doing everything. This is what the Middle East is. Middle East is the actual inflection point. They're almost totally, the winter's almost all gone. They're desperate. They keep to hold on to the winter, and they can't. So right now we're at the point where it's going to be official spring in a minute. And the transition between winter and spring right now, that's the war. The war is the battle between the spring and the summer, the spring and the winter. What you see right now is the battle between the spring and the winter, between Satan and Master Farah Muhammad. And he got the universe on his side as a season. And Satan got none on his side, but grief and trouble. He's desperately trying to hold on to the winter. It's impossible. Now between Master Muhammad, then you got Suleiman, that's verse 2. The Messiah, he bit him, because what he's has to do, his thing is the get the people that's some of the people that's still locked up in the winter and pull them out into spring. Because they don't know about spring either. They told spring, they talk about heaven in the scripture. Heaven is either a place, a condition, right? The place, a condition. And so they tell you someplace you go after you die. See, heaven is talking about the new season. Not talking about someplace you have to die. It's about the new season. So they think there's someplace beyond sun, moon, stars, and we have to get them to understand, no. The spring is here. It's your time now. Spring is while you're alive. So spring is condition, it's a place, it's a season. That's the place after that. That's what told us. We said, oh, well, heaven, because that's heaven. Spring is heaven. I said, well, it's a season. We're talking about as a season is heaven. You had to die to get there. So now you've been going into, now, and they're trying to stop from going into, oh, you got to die to get it. No. You got to wake up. Let the winter go. Simple, I can say, brother, sister, that's what's happening here. That was right now is the battle between winter and the spring. And the point is America, Britain, and false Israel, they represent, and Dragon, they represent the winter. They're trying to keep things as it is. They're losing. And they get more desperate. They get more and more desperate. They try to do, they'll try to destroy the whole damn planet. That's not going to happen. That's why Master has the will. Make sure that doesn't happen. We're going to stay as simple as I can put it, brothers and sisters. The battle between winter and the spring. And Master from Hunt and Savior. And right now, winter is losing big time. The spring will be officially here in a few more days. And a thing has to be done. They have to take and how should I say it? You have to be awakened out of your slumber to recognize that the spring's coming in. And that's why I'm going to destroy it. Remember, he's going to put it, what he's about to do, right? What fuels this winter, right? To help. It's going to heat up. No power. He said, oh, there's no power. And then now you can move to spring. It's happening right now because America's power. They said, oh, you're the most powerful. No, you're not. You couldn't beat Vietnam, you couldn't beat Afghanistan, and you're getting your ass kicked by Iran. You understand, brothers and sisters? What's happening? They don't have any, the power's getting weaker and weaker every day. So that means they're trying harder and harder and harder, trying to hold on to it. They can't stop rain from coming in. I'll leave it there, brothers and sisters. I'll take a little more time with this because I'm not sure I'll be able to do other broadcasts too. Work on a few things, brothers and sisters. That's what's going on. The battle between winter and the spring, and winter is losing big time. That's the result. Spring will win. You can't help it. But you hear Farrakhan talking about it, do you? See, oh, you got lines. Oh, well, we need to talk about that, but I can talk next week. See, because they don't know. They don't understand this. They have no idea what's going to happen. And that's why Farrakhan, remember, 3 years ago, I'm beginning to start it. I'm just going to Armageddon. Remember? You seen Armageddon? Then after that, he says a coward. Right? He says a coward said, owning up to, he put on God. Well, God told me to be quiet. Oh, boy, when God get hold of his ass. God get hold of his ass. He's not going to die. He said years ago he was going to die when I was over there checking him out about 6, 7 years ago. He said, oh, he's going to die and they're going to come and get him. And I said, no, ain't never having fire coming. You're going to be around when the war starts. Be around when the war starts. The Lord can soon spare his mouth, destroy the brides are coming. He'll be around, he ain't going nowhere. He's going to save her every drop. What's planned for him? That's what's going on right now. They're losing. They're desperate. The last act is going to be the very last act. When everything's failed, they see the winners and virtue all gone. They're going to tap some of the people, you. So they're at war with the spring people now. And when they see it losing, remember, we still in it. We still in it. We still in it with it. Still guys under control. They won't let us go. So at that point, they will attack you. In their mind, if they can attack you, they can keep the spring from coming in. It's happening, brothers and sisters. It's a battle between the spring and the winter. That's from it and Satan. And against the demons, claiming their spring. That's what's going on right now. We're exposed. Exposing on the world. Good place, brothers and sisters.
Tonight, the Middle East is detonated in a way that will echo through the halls of power from Tel Aviv to Washington for years to come. What unfolded in the past 24 hours is not a skirmish, not a provocation, not a calibrated signal designed to create diplomatic leverage. It is the activation of the most powerful non-state military instrument ever assembled in modern warfare, and it has been pointed with devastating precision directly at the heart of Israeli civilization. Iran has pulled the trigger on Hezbollah's full operational arsenal. 1,000 rockets, missiles, and loitering munitions descended on Israeli territory in a coordinated assault of a scale and sophistication that has no precedent in the history of this conflict. Not the 2006 Lebanon war, not the 2021 Gaza escalation, not the October 7th aftermath. Nothing in the collective operational memory of the Israeli Defense Forces prepared the men and women manning those radar screens for what appeared on their displays in the pre-dawn darkness. Iron Dome, David Sling, Arrow, the entire layered architecture of Israeli air defense was activated simultaneously and pushed beyond every stress parameter its designers had modeled. The interceptors flew in numbers that consumed stockpiles built over years of patient accumulation. And still, through the gaps that mathematics and physics make inevitable when the volume of incoming fire exceeds the capacity of any finite defensive system, rockets fell. They fell on cities. They fell on military installations. They fell on infrastructure nodes whose destruction will take months to repair and billions of dollars to fund. In the White House Situation Room, the scene that unfolded is being described by sources as unlike anything seen in living memory. An administration that had staked significant political capital on its deterrence posture toward Iran, that had issued warnings of consequences and red lines with the confidence of a power accustomed to having those warnings respected, found itself watching a live feed of those warnings being ignored at scale. The word panic may be the most diplomatically precise term available, because this is not just a military event. This is a demonstration conducted at operational scale in real time before every government and military establishment on the planet that the deterrence architecture of the United States has underwritten in this region for decades has encountered something it cannot simply overwhelm or talk away. The rules of this particular game have changed. And the player who changed them has been preparing for exactly this moment with a patience and strategic discipline that the Western strategic community systematically underestimated. What exactly happened during those critical hours when 1,000 projectiles filled Israeli skies? What does the full activation of Hezbollah's arsenal tell us about the depth of Iranian strategic investment in this capability? How has Washington responded, and what does that response reveal about the genuine limits of American power in this theater? And what does a world look like in the aftermath of a demonstration this comprehensive a world where the old equations no longer compute? Those questions demand answers that go beyond the headline. This analysis will provide them. Before we go deeper, if this channel is the place where you find the analysis that cuts
This is next one. We'll talk about it.
tonight,
at 2:19 a.m. on the morning of the 9th of April, 2026, 1,700 Fatah 3 hypersonic missiles left their launchers across the full western arc of Iranian territory in a launch sequence that lasted less than 6 minutes and produced a radar picture so dense, so geometrically complex, and so far outside the parameters of any threat scenario that Israeli and American early warning systems had ever been designed to process, that the automated alert protocols of both nations triggered simultaneously before human operators had fully registered what they were seeing. 1,700 hypersonic missiles converging on a single target from multiple vectors across a strike geometry spanning hundreds of kilometers of Iranian launch footprint. All of them pointed at the same place. All of them pointed at Palmachim. Palmachim Air Base sits on the Mediterranean coast, 30 kilometers south of Tel Aviv. It does not look, from the outside, like the most important piece of real estate in the entire Middle Eastern strategic equation. Its perimeter fence, its coastal location, its visible surface installations, none of these communicate the true nature of what lies beneath and within. What lies beneath and within is the physical nervous system of Israeli nuclear deterrence. The Jericho ballistic missile systems that give Israeli nuclear weapons their land-based delivery capability. Hardened command and control architecture that connects the political decision to employ those weapons to the physical means of deploying them. The satellite launch infrastructure that provides Israel with the independent space intelligence capability essential to operating a credible strategic deterrent in the modern era. The air-launched nuclear delivery systems and their associated maintenance, storage, and command infrastructure. Everything that transforms an arsenal of nuclear devices into a functioning strategic deterrent capable of influencing the behavior of adversaries and providing the ultimate guarantee of national survival, all of it concentrated at Palmachim. All of it now in the path of 1,700 Fatah, 3 hypersonic missiles traveling at speeds that gave Israeli defensive systems a reaction window measured not in minutes, but in seconds. The Iron Dome has already been destroyed in the events of preceding weeks. The Arrow 3 batteries that once provided long-range ballistic missile defense have been exhausted and degraded by sustained attrition operations. The interceptor inventories that might have provided some meaningful defensive response to what was coming have been systematically drained through weeks of carefully calculated Iranian strikes designed specifically to create conditions for this moment. The skies over Palmachim on the morning of April 9 were not defended. They were open. And through those open skies, 1,700 of the most capable hypersonic strike weapons ever deployed in combat were arriving at speeds that rendered every remaining defensive option irrelevant. 53 minutes after the first Fatah 3 left its launcher, Palmachim ceased to exist as a functioning military installation. Israel's nuclear delivery systems have been destroyed. The physical credibility of Israeli deterrence has been eliminated by conventional military means. And in Washington, where the implications of what has just happened are being processed by officials who understand with terrible clarity what the destruction of Palmachim means for everything they have built and everything they have promised. The institutional atmosphere is defined by a single word: panic. This is Geostrike Network. What follows is the most consequential strategic analysis we have ever produced. 4 questions will drive everything in tonight's analysis. How did Iran execute a 1,700 missile hypersonic strike against the most sensitive strategic military installation in the Middle East? And what does the operational architecture of the Palmachim attack reveal about the true depth of Iranian military planning, weapons integration, and targeting intelligence capability? What specific systems and capabilities has Israel permanently lost with the destruction of Palmachim? And what does the elimination of those systems mean for the credibility of Israeli nuclear deterrence in the immediate term and the long-term future? Why has the destruction of Palmachim produced a panic in Washington that exceeds in quality and severity every previous institutional response to this conflict, including responses to the sinking of the Ronald Reagan and the collapse of the Iron Dome? And what does the strategic reality created by the Palmachim strike mean for the global nuclear order, the future of American extended deterrence commitments worldwide, and the accelerating consolidation of a multipolar world in which the rules governing the relationship between nuclear weapons and conventional military power are being fundamentally rewritten? Every answer is coming in full depth. Stay with us.
Okay, brothers and sisters. Sounds like Iran is on the ropes. Iran is kicking ass, and they haven't, as far as I understand, they haven't met up with their trusty ma'am yet. This is chapter 12 of Revelations. That's happening right now. Read chapter 12. It's Injil, but you call it Revelations. That's what's happening. And it's Michael and his angels. Michael's master from him and deliverer. His angels, the shield. They're fighting the dragon. The dragon represents the Sunnis. America, Britain, follows Israel. They're angels. That's the battle. That is the battle. That's not analogy. That's the battle. Read it right now. Iran, they represent the spring. Represent the spring. Now, other nations in there, some are like a transition, some like winter, spring. Right? So they survive the winter, but can't get too far into the spring. There's no story. I'm not going to go into that right now. Right? The point is see, no one's talking about this. It's all, everyone knows what happened. I'm telling you, that if you understand analogy, there's no way in the world America, Britain, and follows Israel can win. No way. Because they're winter, and winter, that said, make all things new. When you look at spring, do you see any trace of the winter? All things are new. New life, new everything. There's no trace of winter. That's what it means. So you understand what they say, that's what they're saying. Make all things new. We're going to spring. There will be no trace of winter. No, none. And look what they're talking about. This happened on the 9th of April, and according to another person, it happened yesterday. It said, come out of a whirlwind. Let's go a little further, brothers and sisters. See here? You see, America is in trouble. That's why it's a petrodollar in a minute. But they said, in a sense, Hamouz thing, right? The point, well, okay, I'm not going to do another presentation today, but wrap up in this one. I want to understand the basis of what's going on here. What fuels this reality? What fuels this oil? That's on purpose. That's what gave them the fuel this reality. That's not what we fuel our reality. That's not what fueled their reality of 1,000 years ago. What fueled their reality? They didn't have oil. They have cars, and planes and trains. Those things are a result of the oil was in the ground. They were on the ground, but they didn't know about it. So what fueled their reality? So they are wood, burning, whatever. Right? So they made their weapons and stuff out of, burning coal and wood and carrying on. So that was their reality, coal and wood and stuff like that. Understand? Anyway, this fuel, oil, so it wasn't able to make these planes and trains, because all this powerful fuel. So the thing is that the way we design things, is that we have control of the whole situation. I go and talk, I say I'm not very good. I see right now, I have to give for hours. Let me try to get a short version. The oil is controlled where? Primarily, when they start using oil, primarily it's coming from the Middle East. It's petrodollar I'm talking about in a minute. Petrodollar. The thing is that Strait of Hormuz was the passageway to get the oil out to the rest of the world. So if you want a part of this modernization, you want electricity, right? You want cell phones, you want ovens, you want manufacturing. All that's fueled by oil. So that's this reality. This reality you see is oil. It's getting quality by the nature of the people, their minds. See? Brain power. I'm getting too confused, right? You say people 2,000 years ago probably had the same brain power, but they didn't have oil. So once you get oil, okay, what can I do with it? So what I do is I do that. That gives it a quality. So the quality that it will, because remember, as time goes on, 100 years ago, you didn't have cell phones, you have a lot of things you have now. Developing. So you have this reality and the quality of it. They all to fuel it. And it's their brain power that gives it the quality. So you see, it reflects their mind. Be very careful about that, brothers. This got people getting confused about the difference between the two. Mind is just the environment and data stuff comes in. But the actual quality actually comes from the brain. Okay? I don't want to get too deep into that. The problem is that this reflects the mind, right? Another way you say it is the mind. It's the mind of the devil, of Adam. And the reality is his mind. It's our mind too. Because we still in the same reality, right? It's our mind too. But their mind's against us. Because it's contrary. So it has to beat ourselves up like it says in Mark. If you see the reality, it's fueled by oil. Okay? So the thing is that right down to modern times right now, their objective is to take control of all the oil. And they think that's what keeps them in power. Remember, winter's fading. So the source of their power is oil. They think, oh, well, if they control oil, maybe that can keep the winter here. You get the point? That's why we went to Venezuela. The oil. They think, well, it won't. It fuels the winter. Right? Like you have winter, you have wood and stuff. Like you have wood stoves and stuff to keep you warm. Right? But if summer comes, it's not going to stop summer from coming. It's not going to stop spring from coming. But they think it will. I'm more power, man. I can keep it cold, man. I can maybe build ice caps. I can build big refrigerators or whatever. You understand? But that's it. So and they take to fuel their military. You understand the basic idea here. So the thing is that Iran says, okay, we're going to cut you off. See? But the reason why they attack Iran to begin with, and the bottom line, and it's much more complicated than that, is control of oil in the Middle East. And it will force Israel that wants control of it. Anyway, America's backing them. So the bottom line is they want control of the oil in the Middle East because that fuels this reality. Remember, this reality is in jeopardy because spring is coming in, and they see it that way. It's like, hey, man, they don't see it as spring coming in. They see it as they're losing power. So they think the source of their power is oil, which it was for a season. They think, like they always, remember this, when the people, they think it's supposed to win all the time. So they figure they control oil because they don't understand seasons. So oil was how they built their power and everything with this reality, fuels it. But reality is fading. They think they can keep out, get more, get more fuel to fuel it. They're thinking it doesn't work that way. Let me see if I can make that clearer. But this winter will fuel their reality. This reality is a winter reality. What fuels it with oil. And so now they see the reality is fading. They say, hey, well, we need probably more oil to keep this reality going, this winter reality. And see, that's why they try to take Greenland, try to take all place for oil, trying to get to more oil, because they think that will keep this reality going when it's not. Because what the problem is that you go into another season which they don't understand. Remember, they was created in winter. They think winter's always going to be like that, always going to be winter. They don't know anything about spring. That's why global warming, what's that? All that stuff. They think they got to stop it. They can't. They can't understand. They can't stop spring from coming in. Okay? Get that point across. But they think, since they understand season, and you didn't understand season, I told you, and Pharaoh never tell about any seasons, and no one else had to tell about any seasons. Like Muhammad alluded to it, but he didn't make it clear, like I am. So the thing is that they don't recognize, for them, this reality is like all the time. All you need is more oil, and you keep this reality going. They don't know about any spring reality, fall reality. They don't know that. It was created in winter reality. It's always going to be the winter. So that's why they're going after oil, trying to control the oil. And that's why and the thing is, what's holding them up, and they got pretty much control of it, based on all the Arab countries. And they took down like Iran and Iraq and Libya and so forth, right? You understand? So the thing is, they figure, hey, solution. The only thing stopping it right now is Iran. They get Iran. They got all the source, and that will keep their reality going. Right? Stop from disappearing. And they don't know what's causing it to disappear because the new season coming in. They don't understand that. You didn't understand, so I told you. But you still understand it. So what's happening is that attacking Iran, trying to get control of that oil. They control all the Sunnis, pretty much all the Sunnis. States. And so Iran, right, because it lost no oil. Now for them, man, that's existential. Anyway, for them, that's life threatening because we need oil to keep this going. Our military, everything. It's been a reality. And remember, they're attacking them because they think they need to control the oil. They need more control. That's why they're losing. That's why they lose control because they figure more oil, they get more control. That's why they do it. It's just we're leading the charge, but anyway, bottom line is they're both in on it. Yeah, Iran is the spring people. They get stronger because as they get close to spring, they get stronger. America and Britain, they get weaker. And from that point of view, they got to get more of that oil. Iran said, no, we're going to shut you down. No, you attacked us, we're going to cut the oil off. That's, oh man, it's life-threatening. See? Because you're going to feel it in a minute. Heat wave is coming at you, right? Because they tell you that by them doing that, right, cutting off the Strait of Hormuz, and they're going to get the, what's the other one they're going to get? The Houthis got? I forget which one. Anyway, by cutting this flow off, right, that hastens Gog and Magog's destruction, and European destruction hastens it, right? Because they need fuel to keep this going. They got to fight harder to keep that fuel going. From their point of view, that's what keeps them, the winter going. They don't see it as winter, but they keep their reality going. We know it's the winter reality. That's what the clash is. Actually, winter and the spring, they don't see it that way, but that's what the clash is. And the Iran's getting stronger, and they're getting weaker because it's getting warmer and warmer and warmer. Right? So the thing is that they said, okay, if you're going to stop it, everything is backfiring because when you're desperate, you do things that don't make any sense. Right? So they said, okay, if you're going to take and block us from getting it, so yes, say, well, they got the most powerful. How come they can't stop Iran from blocking the Strait of Hormuz? Right? Well, if you're going to block it, if you're going to stop, stop traffic going in or coming out here, we're going to put a blockade around, right? So, because you let certain people go through, your friend, we're going to let nobody go through. Bottom line is they said they shut down with no oil. See, when Iran had it, they determined who would come in, who would go through or not. So oil was getting through, but they had to pay a toll, and plus they determined who could and could not go. But what Trump has done, said nobody's going to go through now. If you don't let us go through, nobody's going to go through. See, that's a big backfire right there. Because he's got the whole planet against him because 90% of all that oil coming out here, it fuels the whole planet. The whole planet is living in the devil's reality. Satan, this is reality. He rules through this reality. He got you being an American dream and everything else. So he rules through this reality. Because that's the source of food and everything else. Because cell phones, all that stuff you have, electricity and everything else depends on oil. And right now, everybody's so dependent upon it, if you cut it off, they starve to death because it's not agrarian society anymore. It's society that's fueled by oil. So him doing that, he think, oh, I'm going to get y'all, but he's really hurting himself. He's hurting the whole planet because the planet getting mad women. If you do that, and he wants to go further than that, what he wants to say is that the people that's already went through, that ran already went through, they want to track them down and blow them out the water. See, when you're desperate, that's why it says the Most High will have them in derision. He'll be laughing at them because that's a stupid move. He said, sound like a powerful move, a stupid move, because now they dropped an atomic bomb on America. It's more powerful than atomic bomb. Atomic bomb, like it knocks out a city or whatever, this knocks out the whole country. This knocks out the whole country because the country, the whole thing collapses. total economic collapse. They chapter 18 is going to be a total economic collapse. See, because you think, okay, you want to do I'll go take one better, which is actually against this, makes it worse for America and America's allies. Because now America's allies say, wait a minute, you're hurting us. You're hurting us. And what about the Chinese ships that go through there? You're going to attack them? You blow them out the water? But they listen to Chinese ships through their oil. See? So the U.S. blockade begins. If you think about it, they say, okay, no oil. Iran slowed down. That was bad. That put a hurt on the whole planet. All prices rise, everything else. See, that's bad. And he cares nothing. Oh, we cut no oil. Iran, it's working against them, but they're so stupid, they don't see that. But now, no oil. Japan's getting upset. China's got a stock, but they say they can't live that about 2 months. India's getting upset. Everybody's upset because, hey, no oil. We don't have any reserves. There's going to be total economic collapse all around the world. You understand? That's where we are right now. That going to hold? Let's see. But we know it. Not to warn you, I said economic collapse is coming in this war. You understand that? See here, they're trying to move warships in there, trying to take control on Strait of Hormuz. But Iran is too powerful. Remember, they're getting stronger because they spring. It's spring. They got the winter, the season in their favor. Right? But America season against it because they winter, and winter's it's happening fast. Their power is losing fast. And everything they do is, no matter what they do, is going to backfire on them. That's no story. I'm not going to get to that today, but they should have backfire. They backfire on them. So they're doing that to even make things worse. They're telling that Iran told China, you can get oil to come through because that's one of their allies, right? Trump is saying, hey, I ain't let no ships come through there. I'll blow them out the water. We're blocking this thing. So they're going to attack China's? Because we know that China is going to be walking through the streets of America by next year. And India is going to take out America. I'm not going to go into that detail, but it's going to trigger that because they're saying Trump said, no oil coming on. Since you going to block ours, I'm going to block everybody's. Right? But China's built up, they're ready to go, and they're going to, anybody come out, we blow them out the water, like we did people in Venezuela, remember? What's up with that? You know there's going to be a conflict between America and China. There's going to be a war. This time next year, there'll be a war with China and India. Let's watch them move. And you can have no oil come out here. We're just hurting themselves. I mean, the whole world will have oil, and they're going to be angry at America because they say, hey, why are you doing this? You're hurting us. We're going to have economic collapse. We need oil. We don't have any reserves. Europe is saying that's why Europe Europe is going against America. I told you, Europe will go against America. And Europe's turning against America and say, wait a minute, we weren't going to go with you on this. But Russia has oil. So they'd be forced to turn to Russia. I can't get in the Middle East, I have to go to Russia. Okay, now they're allied Russia. And now America's at war with Russia and Europe. I told you that's what happened. Happened here. And now everybody's saying, are you insane? Because what you're doing is insane. you're hurting yourself. You might be shooting yourself in the foot. You know your allies and everybody else. Because if you don't let no oil come out here, everybody's going to everybody's economy's going to collapse. See? Are you insane? Put a picture of it on the right over there. But see, when you look at Trump, he's not isolated situation. He represents America. America's in trouble, but America, one of the things they have to lock to America is America doesn't understand the gravity of what's happening here. They understand the gravity of what's happening here. They keep lying to them. America was $73 trillion in debt they cannot pay. That's not so together. I'm not going to get too brothers and sisters. Right? They don't understand the gravity of this, understand what's going on, because they don't understand it. When first of all, they don't know. They might have figured out by now. I told them. But they don't know. America doesn't know. Spring's coming. They think it's right. Winter, maybe it's a good woman, but that's something they cause them. They don't see it as a natural. It's like, that's the way it is. After winter comes spring. We have the same, that's not something I'm just making up. That's the way, that's why he says Yaakov had 6,000 years. Because they only had a winter period. That was bad for us. 7 days, and then it's moving to spring. And people don't know that. They won't tell them that because it's like telling people that y'all going to die. It's time to die, and nothing you can do about it. They don't know it like that. Well, man, stuff is melting, but we need to get some more. Oh, man, maybe we'll build up freezer cities. Because, cities built, big freezers, cities. There's no way to survive a spring with it. If you take and start building big cities, that's ice coolers or whatever, freezers, you all will take that. Think about that. Think about that for a minute. Right? They build cities, right? They take and they take and they oil, right? And they freeze us. They get air conditioner, right? To keep it really cold. That would be a solution for them, wouldn't it? Yeah, I'm not going into detail about that, brothers and sisters. That would be a solution, but they need oil to do that. We need more oil, man. Everybody's getting hotter. We need to find something to keep things cool. Now, I still understand how these things, but I'm telling you the wisdom of it. They can't do it. Well, they can do that. If they get rid of us, stop us from taking over, and start building freezer cities. That's not far. There's a lot more to that than I'm saying, bro. It's another topic altogether. It's not going to happen. That's what they're thinking. That's the conclusion that comes. That's why they're going to attack us. So they get rid of us, then they'll have the competition, and survive this, and all the snow and everything is melting naturally. So they build freezer cities where they can create snow, create ice in their cities. You might think it's nothing. That's exactly how they would proceed. They have to get rid of us. Because we have us running around more powerful than them. We spring people getting all that spring energy. Get rid of us. Let's talk about the petrodollar. Let me check something out real quick. I'm right back, bosses. Okay, brothers, let's look at this petrodollar situation. Now, I have something called an atomic bomb. Atomic bomb, ATTOMIC. Atomic bomb. What do I mean by that? Hey, when you say atomic bomb, that's nuclear explosion. The idea is it's a very powerful explosion that blows away. Okay, but that blows away the physical stuff. Houses, infrastructure, right? But what if you blew away the economy? That'd be more powerful than an atomic bomb, wouldn't it? Blew away the whole economy. You drop a atomic bomb, you blow away a city. A city, 2, 3 cities. But we destroy the whole economy. Isn't that more powerful when everybody's starving? People don't think that way. I mean, they got atomic bombs, man. You have a atomic bomb right in Burwell City. It would die 10 million people. What if you do an economic bomb? It blows away the whole economy. Now people camels, it's worse than atomic bomb. The bomb blows through people, you may recover. You blow away the economy. But if you blow away the source that fuels reality, is that more powerful than atomic bomb? More devastating. So Iran, remember, Iran, they're the ancient Persians, right? And by the way, when they talk about Persia in Daniel, that's talking about. Remember, the book is sealed. They really talking about America. They say Persia, we're talking about America. That's the story. So Iran, remember Persia, Iran, they invented chess. They said, we don't need an atomic bomb. We got an atomic bomb. See, they can't tell you that way because they don't want you to see. If they want everybody to think atomic bomb is the most powerful thing there is. So see how powerful atomic bomb. They don't tell you that this bomb is more powerful than atomic bombs. But then people say, oh, America ain't. Because actually, Iran has a bomb more powerful than atomic bomb. There's 2 of them. The source, control the source, boom, let's lit that one, boom, it's rocking the planet. You drop a atomic bomb on the country, right? Iran's rocking the planet. Then on top of that, the petrodollar, boom. 2 atomic bombs is more powerful than any atomic bomb there is. More devastating. See, nobody's told you like that. See, they don't see. That's what I said. You got the whole thinking backwards. Somebody come in and say, "Okay, I got a gun. I'm gonna shoot people." Right? Another guy comes and says, "I got someone spray, and all your crops are gonna die." Who's more dangerous? The guy with the gun, or the guy that you kill all your crops? Now there's no food. Who's more dangerous? You have a gun, you got something more dangerous than that. Now you're overpaying hungry. Maybe you can duck bullets or whatever. Maybe shoot a few people. But here, you wipe out a bunch of a city, whatever, bomb network. You understand? Steve, I keep telling you, you got to start thinking these things through. They just dropped 2 atomic bombs. One is straight from loose, cutting that oil down. In fact, and don't answer Trump. He took it, don't do it. You don't realize it. But you still think, I got atomic bombs, I can drop atomic bombs. Okay, drop atomic bombs on Iran. Drop atomic bombs in the Middle East. Then you destroy all the oil over there. You know what I'm saying? Now then what? Now you shot, you killed them, now everybody's starving to death. Who won that one? Let's talk about this petrodollar. And see, I've talked about this before. I'm going to spend time. I'm not going to do my other presentation. I'm really drawn to this because right, it's so much. I don't know if I can do two anymore, but I think I can only roll in because there's so much to talk about here. Okay, I talk about the petrodollar. Now, what happened was, I'll give you an analogy. If you got this guy, you got a gang, he comes to this city. He terrorized the city because they the best, they got guns, everything, they're the best gunslingers in the West. Nobody can stand up against them. The sheriff and nothing, they can stand up against them. They come in with monopoly money. And they say, okay, monopoly money now. They go buy from what's that name that come in themselves, right? And we say, okay, I want to buy some boots. They give you $10 or $100 worth of monopoly money. And you're going to say no, but they shoot you. So you take it. Then they tell you, tell everybody in town, you got to take this money or we'll kill you. So that makes the first guy feel better now because he can buy something with that monopoly money because he can go to another store because they got to take from him. He know it's worthless, but he know it's worth something because if they don't do it, these guys don't kill him. It's backed by their power. It's not backed by, it's worthless. It's worthless. It's backed by these guys going to kill you if you don't take it. So now they circulate, and everybody, they can do business with each other, they have money, because it needs something, because all those guys enforcing it. If you don't take it, we kill you. So you got to take it. But remember, but everybody's got to take it from you too. So you get $100, you got to go to the restaurant, they got to accept that too, so you can still do commerce. The problem is, you got one town, but now the town needs to supply from other towns. They can't go to another town and say, hey man, no, hey, I don't want that money. What's that? No, that's not the money. So the game's got to go in for other towns to comply to keep that going. I see it's worthless money. But it's based on what they've got power to enforce that if you don't do it, you understand what America's doing now? That's a petrodollar. You got to take American dollars. They went to House of Saw before they had all over the world and said, anybody wants oil, good. You need oil for cars, you need oil for electricity, everything else. If they want oil, the only way they can buy oil from you is they have to use dollars. Have to use dollars. Monopoly money, have to use it. You understand? They have to use that. So he says, okay. So that's the agreement made. So they go to Africa and says, okay. Africa says, okay, I need some oil. Right? We need oil. We got 10 billion gallons of oil, whatever, right? We got it for electricity, for cars, all that kind of stuff. Well, they said, well, okay, give me some monopoly money, because that's the only way I'm going to do it. We don't have any. Well, then, we ain't taking anything else. Remember, you can't take anything else. So they got to go to the gang, America, and say, we need some monopoly money so we can buy some. They say, okay. You need $1 billion worth of monopoly money? You need $1 billion worth of monopoly money? Okay. Only way I give it to you. You got to give me 1 million heads of cattle. 1 million heads of cattle? I'm going to give you a whole cow for $1. Well, you want the money or not? You want to get the oil or not? That's how they keep Africa poor. So they said, well, if you don't take it, then okay, we're back in the Stone Age. We have oil for gas, electric, we can't get it anyplace else. It's the petrodollar. The only way you can get oil, you have to use dollars. That's the way they did it. Kissinger went and did that. They just set up in the 70s. You understand the problem? So they said what do worse. So it's worse. If anybody says, hey, I'm not going to take that no more, they kill them. This happened to Gaddafi. Gaddafi says, I don't want your dollars anymore. I want gold. Uh-oh, they kill them. They don't tell you that's the reason. That's the reason. Saddam Hussein did the same thing. I want gold. Boom, they killed him. See? Because if they take gold, then you find that dollars worth nothing. Because they say, okay, I want some of your gold. Okay, well, I want 10 billion. I want 100 billion of those dollars. Because they're worthless. Then people realize that they're worth anything. Because those dollars you have are worth zero, worth nothing. It's based on America's power. That's why they got to go around the world forcing everybody. Anybody that doesn't comply, they kill them. Regime change. You got to deal with dollars, nothing else. Now, what did Iran just do? If you go off that standard, the dollars mean nothing. That means that their total economic collapses on two fronts. It collapses because they don't have the source, and they don't have the economics to get the source. Neither one. So effectively, they have neither one. That means they don't have the source. But that's what you need. If that's a tool to get the source. And without that, your whole reality dies. Because this is the reality the world's living up to. You don't realize there's a greater reality, but it's a supreme reality when it's all together. And that's why when we not get oil as our source of oil, source of energy, we get home to Spain, Arabia. But right now, there's a reason for that. So by them saying that they will not take dollars anymore, if you want oil, you have to pay with Chinese currency. The Chinese currency is based on gold. Boom! Atomic bomb, that's more powerful than atomic bomb because it's rocking the world. It's rocking America. Because all of a sudden, the dollar's in jeopardy. It's going to explode. That means nobody's going to take it anymore. And so you go to Saudi Arabia, how much oil, and maybe you're paying $1 million for 100 barrels or 1,000 barrels. Anyway, 10 billion. They said, well, y'all want anything. You can't buy it. Because their money's worth this. So now they have to go to China and say, China, I need to buy the Chinese yuan or whatever, because that's the only way I can buy the oil. I need oil. So they go over there and says, no, okay, you give me gold. We ain't taking your dollars. That's what really happened. They can't tell you like that. That's exactly what happened. That's rocking America. That's why Trump is going crazy. Yeah, you better open that fucking gate. You damn crazy bastards. Because man just dropped 2 atomic bombs in their ass. It's not just rock America, it's rock all of Europe, it's rocking the world. More powerful than an atomic bomb. But see, they keep telling you, oh man, you got guns. Well, we got something that destroys the whole economy. That's more powerful than a gun. More powerful than an atomic bomb. Atomic bomb blows away a city. We blow your whole goddamn country. Say you want to get rid of the whole civilization. We just dropped the bomb to get rid of your whole civilization. But without the dollars, without oil, you're dead. See? Nobody explain to you like that. Now, I tell you, I'm going out my way to get you to understand exactly what's going on here. Because they got you seeing things one way was totally right. I told you, America has no power. It's imaginary. It's like their dollars is imaginary, their wealth is imaginary. So Iran just hit them with 2 most powerful weapons on the planet today outside of mass from the then Suleiman is dropping an atomic bomb too. What's that bomb? By telling you what this is about, so you realize this is a fake, it's a dream. And you wake up because it's not real. If it's not real, you don't want no part of it. It comes time that you wake up, the dream disappears. See, because the American public has to believe this dream is real. If they don't believe it's real, the whole thing falls apart. They realize their money is worthless. You understand? They can't get oil anymore. That's a panic. Men's hearts fell in fear of those things come from earth, because the powers had been shaken. So Iran, Master Ramon, he's over there. Those four winds. When they realize this dream is not real, the whole thing, society comes apart. They panic. So that's why it says men's hearts filled with fear, because it hadn't hit here yet. But now the realization that is coming, the heart's failing. They see something over there. They know it's coming here. How do they know it's coming here? Somebody had to tell them. All of a sudden they realized they thought it was a vision. It's only a dream. It's not real. Total collapse. If they keep under control, I tell them this mindset is real. It's fake. That's what's going on. At time bombs over there, into here. It's just about to shock of the hour. Shock waves. I'm telling you now, make it clear to you, because I'm going to tell you about, show you something else in a minute. You understand what's going on, brothers and sisters? It's the petrodollar. Rand just blew it up. Said, no, you can't get oil anymore here with dollars. You can't use dollars anymore. That's what it's based on. Yet you only get if you use dollars. We have system away. The time bomb. Collapse. It's on the way. It's coming. Shock it out. It's coming. Speed of light. Boom. We'll hit you in a minute. It's got to feel the heat already. Need gas prices stuff. We'll hit you in a minute. No fuel. Fuel too high. Trucks can't get if they can transport it. Doesn't age cost you what? $100, $200, $500. Gallon of gas costs $20. You know, in California, they say a gallon of gas is $7. Damn, $7 a gallon of gas. It's gonna get worse. Because the winter, this reality, if you hang on this reality, it's gonna get worse for you. You hang on to the winter, and it's just getting wet. It's melting right in front of your face, right in your hands. If you let go of this winter, and you start transitioning to spring, all of a sudden things start working out. All your snow and everything in the winter melting. Yeah. Oh man, I lost my house. I lost all that stuff. Yeah, that's winter stuff. When you transition to the spring, that's a petrodollar. And it is. It's destroyed it. The atom bomb, more powerful atomic bomb. They don't need it. What are they doing? They're doing the flaws system over there. America's panicking. See, Donald Trump, he's a personification of America. And the difference is he's hiding the truth from the American public because he's still telling this dream is real. It's real, it's real, it's real. Don't worry, it's real. They're starting to see, man, hey, man, it's melting, man. It's real, but man, damn, that's disappearing. Trying to have talks and stuff. Iran talks fail. Israel prepares for war. The people the aggressors are the weak ones. See, you got to back. You think people war, they're strong ones? No. When you're in trouble, you go to war. If you got things to control, you don't need to war. People, war is trying to get control. Trying to keep them losing control. That's why who's at war the most? false Israel, they're more war than America is. They're the first ones to go. America right behind them. That's why it says that way. They're fighting because they're aggressive, because they're in the most trouble. If you understand how pressure works, you understand the weakest one is the hottest. That's the highest temperature. America's right behind them. False Israel, this how this war is going to proceed. False Israel, America and Britain will be totally out of the Middle East, like I told you. They're almost all out now. I told you they'd be kicking out. I told you, everybody saw this coming. I told you years ago that this war would happen and they would be kicked out of the Middle East, and that's what you see happen right before your eyes. Right before your eyes, they're being kicked out of the Middle East. It's back like I said. In the fire. And watch the weather stuff. False Israel will be the first one to go down. America will follow right behind it. They're the most aggressive. The reason they're fighting because they're in trouble. What Iran's doing to false Israel, tearing it, it's said to come like a whirlwind. That's what I said. It will come at them like a whirlwind. Can't sit and say these things. Many presentations, not just one or two. It's almost all of them. So it's one form or another. See? They got what's this underground. Look how big that is. You can see get a glimpse. They got plenty of missiles. They drop 100 at a time. See? And see? When I say about Iran, yeah, China. Times will be China, India. Did a goat in Daniel. They will be roaming the streets of America by this time next year. Taking ass, taking names, and they'll be merciless. 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 If they come, they'll be merciless. You know, honor children, mother, father, women, and they'll be merciless. The young Abel, they capture and take them out as prisoners, as slaves forever. Merciless, when they come in, they were merciless. They remember all the things that were done to them. Man got inexhaustible supply is missiles. Like I said, dropped 2 atomic bombs in America. Can't use thousands anymore. You can't, and we control fuel. Basically, both of them relate to the fuel, right? You can't buy the fuel. If you can buy it, right, you can't get it because we cut you off from it. Straight abuse, control it, and control and destroy the petrodollar. 2 atomic bombs more powerful than any atomic bomb America has. Okay, let me say a couple of things to close out, brothers and sisters. Time to end, the king of the south pushes him. King of the south, remember this every chapter 12 of Revelations, this king of the south represents America, Britain, false Israel. And it's funny. King of the north is matched by Muhammad and Shia. And it says the king of the north should push it in. At time of the end, most people recognize it's the end times, even though fools on Sunday said that. So during this time, there'd be a war. I'm talking about a war in heaven. That's the same war. I'm talking right here. And it says the king of the north should put that king of the south should put that king of the north, Iran, the king of the north should come back out like a whirlwind. 100 missiles within a few minutes, is that like a whirlwind? Down 1,700. And then in a few minutes, that's like a whirlwind. They kick their ass and take over the Middle East. That's about to happen, but what's happening in the way because they already got the whirlwind. But the next phase, right? They're kicking all of America's base out of the Middle East. And there's a conflict right between the Sunni and the Shia. Right? There's going to be a religious war. That's the next move. Take over the Middle East. After all the base is over, they're ready to top hit UAE and all that. It's the next phase. So we tell you how it's going to proceed and how it's going to end. Not watch the weather stuff. Now, see it? The 2 things about to happen here. It says, whereas the lightning flashes in the east and shines to the west. That means the flash is acting in the east. It shines to the west. So should be the Son of Man comes in the west. There'll be a flash in the east. So they try to interpret that, well, that match from Muhammad, lightning strike from his. But wait a minute, hold it. That don't make any sense. Because first of all, he didn't come like a lightning. He didn't come out like this fast speed. He showed up. He came in and out. Like according to Elijah Muhammad, about 20 years he came in and out. And he came not like lightning. He came in a cloak and clothes in darkness. Hidden. He was hiding identity, who he was. So he didn't come as lightning. And when he showed up, it wasn't like a lightning bolt. It was a big ball of light. People hardly knew he was here. Elijah Muhammad met him. And he had to say, I know who you are. Nobody else knew who he was. So when they lightning, they tell you that. There's two things happening. And lightning, it's been lightning flash in the east, and then it also, that will cause a lightning flash in the east. Right? And it caused what? It's caused from that lightning, because it shines, the lightning shines, so it caused a lightning bolt in the west. Lightning strike in the west. And so as the Son of Man comes, so that's when he shows up in the west, because of a lightning strike that originated in the east. See? And that lightning strike in the east is Master from Muhammad. That's about to happen. It says, as that shine, then the so shall also they come at the same time. The original, the point of lightning and the end result of lightning. And it's lightning quick and real bright. I would say the people said in darkness a great light. It's about to happen. It happened during this war. So it says Michael's angel, he's going to make his appearance over there to Shia any day now. And when he does, the world's going to know it. If he does it, it's going to be, the world's going to know it. That's why America's not going back over. That's not still together. But his here is going to cause, he initiates the lightning. Right? It's going to cause the lightning to shine over here in the west. Something Master Muhammad is going to do, right? Because Suleiman, the bright light, they're going to see here. It says the people in darkness see a great light. We initiate there, that's what we're talking about. So both will be manifest at the same time. First here, so he does, because the light to be seen over here in the west. So he does in the east, it'll be a bright light. They're going to see him. They're going to rally around him. How does he do? Like I said, remember, he's got the mother plane. All he got to do is come down on one of those smaller ships. That's the way I see it. On Tehran. Right in the public square. Case goes. And no question, he's there 12th Imam. You're going to hear a cry, a shout, and see a land like you never heard before. They fired him now, we think it'll be fired. And then he's got all that power behind him. So everybody's going to know he's there. So he's going to do, hey, bro, what are you going to do? He's going to tune in, I don't know. Something he's going to do. Remember it says, where it says this, there was a voice from heaven said, this is my son who's well pleased. Because you understand the relationship with Master Muhammad and Suleiman. Master Muhammad is spiritually David. We'll talk about it in a minute. His son is Suleiman. That's where the Son of Man comes from, Suleiman. So it says, where it said, this is my son who I'm well pleased. That's who's manifest. So you figure how that, what that means. It went from heaven, that's when it was spoke. So he says it does something, The light shines both places at the same time. That's about to happen within a few days, maybe a few minutes. Right? That's going to happen during this war. And occurred war in heaven. Michael's angels with the dragon, right? Michael's master from Muhammad. And his angels fought with the dragon, his angels, and the dragon's angels were defeated. At the same time, the chief demon legion, Louis Eugene Brown, the accuser of our brethren, was cast down too during this war. It says, occurred war in heaven, that's Middle East, Michael and angels of him, the war of the dragon, and the dragon war, angels of it. Proving not strong, that place was found in heaven, and they was thrown out a dragon, a great serpent, archaic, called devil, Satan, and make earth being happy to work. He was thrown into earth. They were thrown, they were totally thrown out. Totally thrown out. False Israel going to be set on fire. Bring them totally out. Of course, into Europe, where they're going. That's what Armageddon's going to start. Now, somebody mentioned it in the past, so I'm going to elaborate on it now. Now, it says, remember, David's Goliath represents false Israel. You understand it? It says, David took false Israel out, hit him in the head with stony head. That's what killed Goliath. Now, he's at war. Michael's angels at war with the dragon's angels right now. It's the war. Spring is at war with the sun, with the winter. False Israel is Satan, that's also Goliath. Oh, David. It hits him in the head, knocks him out, and then cuts his head off. What does that mean? What it means is, if false Israel, see, Egypt is that stone. Egypt's right behind false Israel. During this war, details, right? And some people say in the Arabs, whatever, when it is, they are Sunni, but they're going to side with Israel, they're going to side with Iran. They're going to side with Master Muhammad. When time comes, right, they're going to hit false Israel from behind. It's fighting their battles. They think, oh man, I'm going to worry about Egypt because they cool in the back. They're in the back, they ain't going to do anything. Remember, there is false Israel back. So before he say, I ain't got to worry about them, they fight their battles. I ain't going to worry about them, but they ain't going to do nothing. They're the ones going to take false Israel out. They're going to be the final blow. Egypt. I'm telling all this in detail. Egypt is the one, that's the stone that's going to knock out, finish knocking out false Israel. Attacking everybody else, and then Egypt is going to hit them from behind. Massive move from behind. That's a military move behind and take them out. They're not expecting it. I'm telling them now, but it doesn't matter. Time's run out. That's the stone that's going to take knock from behind. After they be finished, American Britain will be gone. They've been knocked out. And now, the Palestinians will rise up and do to them as they did to them. Put them on the siege. No water be allowed in, no food be allowed in. It's like they did the Gazans. It says, father be eating the son, and son be eating father. They've been drinking blood on their way down. And they have drones flying over, so everybody can see them eating each other, killing each other, making each other's blood. And they're on their way down. And they're going to see. In a few more days, brothers and sisters. And you're going to move, and they're going to take them out from behind. Okay? It's not real. Sixth seal. And sixth seal, right? That's what is sixth seal now. The fifth seal, the fifth said they paused for about 6 months. Said, I won't do anything to take out Syria. You got to understand what sixth seal is about. The witnesses are not Elijah Muhammad and Farrakhan. Elijah Muhammad have anything with Farrakhan anyway. He told Farrakhan, you be my worst hypocrite. So what about that? No, the witnesses are Syria and Iran. He told them, I won't do anything if they take out Syria. When they take out Syria, they pause, and now again, I'm going to war. So here, this shaking is the war that's going on right now. Some come black cycle here. It's ancient days. Take down Farrakhan and take now sits Elijah's seat. That's about to happen. Big trees shaking, right? That's made to attack us. Gas, stick still. The stick still now, shaking is the war. Next move is the manifestation of Suleiman. That's at the same time. The war. The race war here in America. Economic war, the race war. It's terrible. They're going to attack all blacks. They don't care if they're demons or not. They're going to take any chances. And then once we get rid of demons, the demons are going to go and attack the devils. If they war between them, that's the locust war. That's about 5 months. They finally take America because America will be totally devastated. No oil, no fuel. They told cannibalism reign in this place. They're going to try to take it. They actually win. They pick victory because once they finally get control, that's when China rolls in and wipes them out. But says from the face of sitting on the throne from the wrath of the Lamb. That's from Muhammad and the wrath of the Lamb, Suleiman, because came the day of the great wrath of them, who they will stand. 6 seals, I've been 6 seals right now. Against the war. Time of the king of South, right? It's right here. It says king of South come at them, king of North come like a whirlwind. Isn't that what's happening? All these missiles and everything is wiping their ass out. Right now, before your eyes, brothers and sisters. Desolation happened, they didn't tell you what that was. I told you what that was. Desolation is what's going on over there between Moses and the Palestinians. That's the dumb, abominable desolation. You look at abominable. The uprising, that's what it says. Put down with great cruelty. Okay, there you go. That's abominable, it means. Time is the same thing. You read the whole thing in Shalisha. Time in, shall the king of South push him, and the king of North shall come against him like a whirlwind. Yeah, brothers and sisters. Whirlwind. Let me speak to this. And I explain. We submitted to Adam and winner. A submission, they control all our energy, every aspect of it. Creativity. You know, you look here in America, you say, America, the Europeans, 5,500 years, it was agrarian, wood buggy, swords, right? For 5,500 years, right? 5,500 years. And then 500 years ago, something changed. Let me tell you, that's the last part of 6. Something changed. Now, you got the Greeks, you got Germans, you got the Russians. How come no innovation came out of there? or Europeans. Only came out of here. How come that great innovation blew up? Why just blossom here in America? It tells you in there. It tells you two places. It tells you Joseph. They couldn't figure out anything. They had to go to Joseph. Joseph was the one that was in. He was the one that. It says that we his descendants who was in prison. He put in. Remember, he was told he told them what to do because they didn't have any idea. Then they imprisoned his seed. That's us. Also tell you that Pharaoh said you had to be creative. You can't make brick out of straw anymore. You got to make brick, but you got to figure out a way to do it. You have to be creative. Because we the creative force here. No other European country, there's no creativity come out in those countries, only here. Because we're here, they don't want you to know that. We're the creative force. They got rich off our natural energy to work and everything for us, enslave us. Also our creativity. Because all of a sudden you get, after 5,000 years, no cell phones, no electricity, none of that stuff. All of a sudden, boom. So they get us, all of a sudden, bam. You ever consider that? And only us. It didn't happen when innovation explosion in Germany, in France, Britain. Only here, but we here. We don't want. They won't tell you that. I want you to know that because that's why Pharaoh didn't want to let us go. Because we're the creative force here. That's why it says make brick. You can't make out of straw anymore because brick is the foundation. That's what you build on. That's your building blocks. So you need bricks. That's the only way you can do it. You can't use straw anymore. You got to be creative. So that means you had to build that whole building out of our creativity. That's another way of telling you that. They don't want you to know that. So it says, by your seed, all nations be blessed. What it means blessed means they if you bless somebody, it means you give them of your energy. So therefore, America control their energy. They bless because they control energy. Innovation. Because Israel blessed because they claim they're us. And so they get the advantage of things that you bless us, we bless, you curse Israel. We didn't know. So you got blessed, so they get blessed because they masquerade us. They pretend they're us. Saudi Arabia, Saudi Arabia was the name Saudi Arabia 5 years ago. Arabia, right? Because they got our land and our oil, right? It's ours. Scriptures tell you that's ours. He said, we're going to return, read the Abraham covenant. It returns between the river Euphrates and the river Egypt. Look on the map, that's Arabia. They got land. They got rich up our land. That's ours. They got control of us, America. They got control of identity. And then you got Farrakhan. He got control of our nation. He's getting rich. He's the one robbing the nation. He had to produce a goddamn thing in 40-some years. And all the money for economic program and everything, he ain't built anything. He put in his pocket. Him and his son is multi-millionaires. They don't have any business. It's supposed to so-called Supreme Cabinet to make sure they keep that controlling money. See? So they all got rich because he's a demon as far as the devil. So they all got rich. And then you say, okay, what about China, India? Okay. Industry, remember, they didn't have industry before us. They have AI and that stuff. It's not creativity. I can go more in detail about it. I'm just give you the short version, right? So the thing is, industrial, they didn't want us to have it because the whole idea is to keep control our energy, to keep us weak and not having enough to control us because they want to keep maintaining our, if we get strong, all of a sudden the false Israel can't get rich or pretend to be us. America can't use our energy anymore because we fear them. And then Farrakhan won't be around anymore because we got rid of, exposed his ass, got rid of him. And then we're strong enough to take Arabia back, you see what I'm saying? So they make sure that doesn't happen. So they said, well, if we get them, now when you plant a tree, right? And then you plant a tree, you get the fruit. Right? Well, the fruit of our idea, our industrial was get the fruit of it, the benefits of it. But they ain't want you to have benefit. They send it to China. But we got benefit, we got rich. Remember, think about it. If they had kept the industry here and we had control of it, Because they pretty much almost control it. In Detroit was like a black Mecca. The best case now, that means as powerful as China is, you've been as powerful as China in America. They couldn't have that. They sent the jobs to China. Your creativity create those jobs. You see the plant that causes the tree to grow, and the fruit is not just fruit. Same thing AI. So they keep them having that. They were Indians over, gave it to them. I went to the program about that, so I know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? So everybody's got getting rich off of you. That's it by your seed on these plus. That means they have control of energy. And now we get back to the spring, we're going to take control of our own energy. That's the war. And the first ones to go down, America and Florida System. Right behind them is America. Here's our brethren. This is having brothers and sisters. You understand? They control our energy. Go down, and we go home and take this back. Remember, these are quasi-transition people, right? A little bit of spring, a little bit of winter. A transition. So their reality is based on these realities of oil and everything else. So if they cut off, because when we take Arabia, right? Here they back off into their boys, because remember, they are brothers. The Arabs still be on the land, so we got to take it from them. They can still be there, but here, control it. The Arabs still live there. The kings of Rome, they ran off to India somewhere. We have to be a battle in the sand, not in the cities, take our land back from the Arabs, your brother. And then, we have all in the Middle East, which China and India depend on. Remember, they're still trying to maintain this reality here. They already took out America, got revenge on them, and Britain. They're still holding on this time here. But now we got them because they said, no, this ended, the spring come in. No more winter. No winter. But they know if it goes, they're gone. So that's when they attack us. And these 10 kings made war with the Lamb. Then when came, they're going to attack us. And we defeat them, not destroy them, defeat them. We keep their ass out of them. At least they won't come back. America's gone. Israel's gone. Demons are gone. Just put spirits on their knees. They're about to be gone. Come to contract with China and India. That's the story about our sisters. About this creativity from the brain, fuel, the fuels of oil, management, religion, and money. Same thing, brothers and sisters. Angel Lord called Abram on heaven the second time. He said, myself I swore and said, Lord, well, because thou hast done this thing, what thing are you talking about? We submitted. That's not withheld thy only son. That means A. Right? Abraham. Okay. Step aside. He tried to stop us from submitting, going to the Holocaust. He was going. That's why I call Abram to Abraham, because we call Ham, because they call us Ham, right? When we separated from Abraham, we're the true seed. That's why they only call Abram there and Abraham. People don't notice that. I don't think anybody would notice it. I told them. They said, okay, you backed off and you try to stop it. That and blessing I will bless. If thou bless and multiply, will multiply thy seed as stars of heaven. You're going to all the plants, there's trees of plants out there. That seed shall possess the gates of his enemies. See, what's that mean? That means the gates of our moves. It's a pattern of all these. You won't be able to go anywhere. That's what it says. You're locked out. You always start. Ran. But before it says, Adam will control all the gates. When he loses control of the gates, that means freedom of navigation, no freedom to move around anymore. That seed shall all the nations of the earth be blessed. Because that obeyed my voice. Because how was they blessed? They were blessed because we submitted to them. And so he can't control our energy. It's hard to understand. Some of it's because I said you don't pay attention, read it carefully. You bless them, I mean, right? I tell you right there. You don't intend to bless them because it says, I'll multiply and she possess the gate of his enemies. Well, his enemies would be nations, wouldn't it? You see, so it's not a good thing. It means they got to of energy. That's not why we're asking for. Okay, I'm going to close out the man, brothers and sisters. Indeed, we praise you, then we fast you, then we indeed praise you, then we fast you, then we said to those that submitted, okay, I think I missed copy anyway. Said the bliss, he was now those who submitted. He said, what hinders thee thou did not submit when I commanded thee? So I'm bad than he thou hast created me of fire, while him is created of dust. He said, it's talking about the one in Genesis, right? He said, and get forth from this state where it's not for thee to behave proudly therein. Go forth, therefore, sure thou art the abject ones. Despite me today when they are raised. We submit, so we don't want to be raised. They told Adam, no. So, despite me today they're raised. So, don't mess with me until they're raised. Right? I'm going to do my thing against them. Leave me alone. Well, I'm going to do all kinds of stuff until they're raised. We're talking about this Sunni, 3 Arabs. So, thou art surely the spider one. He said, as thou hast judged me to be erring, I will certainly lie and wait for them in a straight path. I shall certainly come upon them from their bosom beneath, and from their right, and from their left, and I will not both thankful. All against us, all nations against us. Why does it matter? Oh, I've got to put that in there. And sure we create men of sound. Oh, here we go again. See, you have Western on food arguing over this. They stupid. I mean, a doctor. Doctor what? And sure we create men of sound and clay, black mud, fashioned into shape. Let's just read that. Read that. They say, sure we created man of sound and clay, black mud, fashioned into shape. He created a fashion that's already fashioned in shape. He said, I'm creating man of black mud and then fashion into shape. See, that's where they read it. How it says. I mean, they made this man, he's right here, he made from us. We're the black mud already fashioned in shape. And you got Western other men arguing over this. No, that's a black man. No. Because they said black mud, no. Black mud, if you know it's fashioned in shape, then it's already created already. You created man of sound clay, the black mud fashioned into shape. So it made it out of something that was fashioned in shape already. And here we created for intensely hot fire. Smells thrown together. I think I spend all the time, but I'm going to right now. And when the Lord said, "Angel, I'm going to create a mortar of sound and clay, black mud fashioned into shape." They said, right. So it mud already fashioned in shape. Now, of black mud, I'm going to fashion in shape. No. These are stupid. They can't see that one. So when I have made him complete and breathing him with my spirit, fall down, make him face to him. He's taught Adam all the names. As a spirit, taught Adam all the names. It's all about us. That's why 5 years ago, so we got to make sure. That's why the name Joshua, Jesus came. Jesus didn't exist before 5 years ago. Didn't exist. Name didn't exist in any place in the universe. You know, Joshua, according to Scripture, would be the one that would deliver us the message of covenant. So they had to get rid of that name, come with a name that didn't exist. I made him clean him, breathe in the spirit. Well, now make a base him. The angel made a base all of them together. Now listen not. He accused me with those who made a basis. He said, oh, where is the reason thou art those who make a base? He said, I'm not going to make a base with mortal when thou hast created a silent club, like with fashion and shape. He said, and go forth, assure thou driven away, and surely when thee is cursed today, judgment. He said, right, be cursed. No, it's 5 minutes of time they're raised. See, right now, they're lost. They're nervous. They're rolling the dice. Hey, we can't, everything goes fail. Hey, man, let me go gamble. Let me start win some money. I got no job. Everything's failed. If we go play a lottery, maybe I miss some money, or something. That's why I said America has no strategy. There's no coherent plan. They don't. Because everything's falling apart. They said, let's try this, let's try that. They're rolling the dice. The key comes the same way. And the world key comes the same way. All should have burned down, America blown up. That's what's going to happen, there, brothers and sisters. A few days, not years.
$5,000. Cash payment to anyone who can prove that what lying son of a devil Farrakhan is preaching is consistent with the lessons, supreme wisdom, of Master Fard Muhammad Elijah Muhammad's representation of his teacher Master Fard's teachings.
Hey, brothers and sisters. So like I said, bind both together. That's I have two things I want to talk about and other reasons too. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. Assalamu alaikum. My right hand here, that's the covenant, break the 7 seals. Bill says it's going to be a short one. I won't be able to do both today because no problems. I had a presentation out there. I ran for several hours. I'm showing old presentations before this year, before the war broke out. The Middle East, before. Tell me about imminent, take out, break out. Who's going to be involved? Right? I got there. Right? And last time I looked, it's approaching 200 views. Last time I looked. Got me back up again. What's going on? Every time my presentation gets over 100, something happened to them. Somebody's watching it over and had several likes. Now it's unavailable. There was no explanation. It's 200 views at the point. Last time I looked, so I don't know how far I got. And one, about a couple months ago, I think it was something like 100,000. And it just disappeared. Unavailable. No explanation. Doesn't matter. You can understand anything. Let me try to explain this a different way. Your brain is your hardware. It calculates. Whatever information you get, it calculates. You get bad information, you calculate that. But it does have a process of logic. So when you give it, right, it's going to compare it to other things. In other words, get conflicting information. It's going to try to logically make sense of it. So what's happening is that for 40 years we're getting still Bible information that Pastor gave us. That's all we had, so brains calculated with that. Right? Was told we was going to be slaves and, right? And it was animals, see, we look like gorillas and you know it. And to make sure you understand this process, brothers and sisters, like a lot of Muhammad sisters, they don't explain these things, they just talk. They're going to read the day in a minute. It says, put out people in cages, men and female and male in a cage, right? And then everybody itself, right? And then even there, inevitable what would happen. And once they produce a child, they take a child out. They'll do that. And they had no conflicting information. What information you got was information is this, we'll call it a atmosphere. That's your mind. It's reality. Okay? Because your mind, this data. It's your mind is just data. It's data. So look around, what data you're getting. What you see, what you hear, what you're told. That's all the data you're getting. You largely process it, right? And if you allow, you have time, you might try to say, but you have nothing to compare it to. So therefore, that's it. Okay? And that's the way it is. That reality is that. That's the reality of the season. When they give you a scripture, they get scripture for that season. The sealed Bible is the winter season. That's reality. All you that's what the mind is. That's your brain. So your brain calculates, says, okay. They say, okay, see, you're different. Look, see, you're white. You're black, and girls are black. Doesn't matter you shave one, he's white underneath. They have the same color pigs have, right? There's a brown pig. No, you see white pigs. And shave a monkey. The monkeys have green eyes, blue eyes. His ears hanging out. But never mind, that's what I told you. That was the mind you had. So the brain will calculate decisions based on information. Yes, master. Good morning, master. That's what you're supposed to do because that's the information you got. They told you you're going to be slaves. You better be nice. You're going to hell after you die. This whole thing, I think I'm going to spend some time on that, bro. This whole thing, they say they go out and deceive the whole world. That means everything about it is deception. No, all of it. His whole mind is against you. His whole mind, whole reality is totally against you. It has to be against you because if you was a cat in a dog reality, then reality will be against you. So you end up hating cats. You end up attacking cats because that's the reality if you know anything else. So we acting according to the mind, and that mind has us acting the way we're acting because that's what it was told. So we want to be. And plus, they got the law to back it up. Now, they make cats dog laws and dogs laws different. Dogs make laws because actually laws itself are the scheme. Because the Bible tells you we not have a law in the hereafter. A law built in your heart, which means your nature. You see, birds have laws. The wolves have laws. The lions have laws. They get along fine because they are in accord with their nature. How does an elephant recognize another elephant? An elephant never looks in the mirror. He can't see itself. He can see little pictures of itself, maybe a trunk. He can't see his face. He don't know what he look like. You know, the elephant is him, like him. How do you know? You don't know what he look like. Birds don't know how they look like. Look in the mirror. Not in the mirror, so they look. But anyway, right there, they grow up, but they know, hey, Robin hang with rabbits. I didn't know that. I didn't know Robin will hang with a crow. I didn't know this. Okay. But anyway, this whole thing is total facade. The money, everything. That's the mind we had, and we had nothing in conflict. So what happens is, like I said, your brain, when you have conflicting information, then it will take and try to logically resolve it. Try to find the information is right. It's close to its nature, and it makes it feel better. See, it's going to resolve it. It's going to take an preference. It's close to its nature. So when Master Muhammad showed up, he gave counter information. Right? So there's a conflict. In other words, you've been told all this stuff, and the devil said, I was accepting it. All of a sudden, now you got counter information, and your brain look at it, and which one's right? There's conflict. Can't. Which one's right? That's why I can't actual facts and things like that for lessons. Which one's right? And gradually, right? And so Elijah Muhammad, right? They let him pick up from there. So in other words, people start turning away from the old information because it didn't fit their nature. They start moving towards Elijah. But not immediately, gradually, because he has information, and they start, right? And the demons, right? That's not conflict information for them, because there is a conflict, but the point is, remember, they're going to resolve it in favor of their nature. So they ain't going to like that information. That information is bad. That's against Jesus. See? So they're going to counter that information. But they're going to say, I will code it by emphasizing master's information. You understand what I'm saying? And this come. So the thing is this, that's why it says we had to wait for Mr. Covenant, because he would come and reveal all things. He'd bring down the angel, and because Elijah gave a lot of information, he gave total information. But the angel told you identifies everybody. Elijah didn't identify everybody. He thought the 10 horns was South America. I mean, he didn't break the seals, he was guessing. Mass Muhammad didn't break the seals either. But they're actual facts. From the technical side, I'm not getting to that. The point is, understand, when you come to get all information, okay, you identify everything. And now, when people hear that, there's a conflict. So the original people are going to start drifting towards the Injil. Remember, it's getting data in. So you get 99% of your data is master data. 1% of your data from, so the transition will be slow. Right? Oh, I like the Elijah, man. I can't stop being that the swine, man. You know what I'm saying? So the conflict's in. Yeah. You know, they get straddling the fence. Oh, yeah, you know. You see, people are talking certain things they say, the so-called 10% and stuff, right? Because they turn the volume. They put more and more information. That's what they would do. Right? So your brain is taking it and it's trying to analyze it. And say, wait a minute, oh, this information is close to make me feel better. See, I'm black and I'm proud, man. Y'all get 4 hours. You hate being black. You didn't want to be black. They're trying to whiten themselves up. Everything they could. Nobody want to be black. Could they make their hair like white folks? Remember Kathleen? All that stuff he was doing? See? But now I'm black and I'm proud. Yeah, Elijah, man, I hear him. Well, Malcolm, as gradually moving over. Then the angel comes along and explains everything, because it doesn't leave anything out. It tells you, it identifies everybody. Jinn, you know who Jinn was? A big Og. And they're crazy. Look, right? So you get a, and but they have tripped the volume on the other side. That the false Israel up there, say, oh, see, false Israel. They put things up there to counter that. They put Farrakhan in there, right? The same thing. Because see, he's the Messiah. It don't matter his father was the devil. Because God made him womb, right? And all everybody born is a Muslim. It's the devil that turned even white folks. See what I'm saying? So you keep you in that world, but that's in disguise. It's got to look like you. Remember, that's part of the data. So he looks enough because if the devil came in there, he said, oh, because you already, oh, no, don't worry about it. The devils ain't bad. White folks ain't devils. It's just some devils out there that's making white folks act like a devil. All that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? So then you got that conflict. So they turn up the volume. They send the demons out, right? Movies and everything else. They keep on giving you that more. You upload, remember, it's a matter of data. So now you upload it, you got tons of bad data and just you out some good data, right? See what I'm saying? And overwhelm it. That's what this is trying to do. You see so-called movies now, you see commercial, okay, interracial marriage, it's interracial movies and commercials, right? Then the movies, the blacks say they do $1 billion deals. Their bedroom is bigger than your whole house. They're mad themselves, a mansion. They're doing $1 billion. This Kevin Hart, he's doing the job. Movie, he's a top CIA guy, whatever. He got his whole group, and he's making $1 billion deals. It was like bullshit. The black folks don't live like that. They're doing well. And I live in a mini mansion. I still wasn't doing anything like that. Overwhelming. I told you, mind war. But you got to see what the mind is. It's everything around you, everything you take in. Well, here we go. What's going on? Yeah, they messed my system. Hold on, brothers and sisters. What's going on here? So they blocked, so they blocked that, the other video. It's 20, close to 20. What happened? It was 200 views and all of a sudden it disappeared. Now my camera. Okay, what's going on? I tell you. Mm-hmm. It's just, what they're doing is just block the data. You understand it? So the environment, all around it, that's your mind. The data coming in. The brain calculates and takes it. And conflicting data is trying to figure out which note it's going to decide, right? According to nature. But it's going slow to see what's going to make it dramatic. Is that mass from 100 is going ready to stop rate this flow of data. So reality is going to come to a crash. So that data will put you in darkness because you're in darkness now. It's going to shut it down. Let's say people sit in darkness, you're going to shut this data stream down. Because look around, America, they call it the American dream, basically. Shut it down. The video, all this stuff is going to shut down. What information come in, all this will go down. That lie, that data is not coming anymore. The data is true seed Abraham, right? America's the true power. All the information, right? So the only information you're going to get now, the most primary information you're going to get right then, you're going to get a burst, a storm of truth. Obviously, people sit in dark see the great light. There's no conflict there. That's why you're going to come together immediately. That's how you get your new mind, because this mind will be destroyed. This mind will be destroyed. That's what it says in Mark, right? At the same time, you got his mind, that this mind that was sponsored by Legion was destroyed. It was destroyed. This reality. So there won't be no conflict. The information we'll be getting then is the angel information. That's the information they're going to be getting. That's where hearts be filled with fear, because now the lie is gone, and they know they're facing consequence judgment. That's how they're going to know, because they're going to face a consequence judgment. Now, it's hearts filled with fear, those things come from. How do you know? Because now all of a sudden, the lie is gone. And the truth is there. And that's the mind they're going to have. They're going to have our mind. And that just like their mind was destroying us, our mind destroys them. Because we have our reality. And our reality is destructive. That make it clear enough for your brothers and sisters. I keep just endeavoring to try to make it clearer and clearer and clearer. That's what's happening. And right now, their minds in jeopardy because this reality is fairly, Iran is kicking us out in the ass. It's not fast enough. That's why is going to take that war ends to end the destruction of this reality. As the reality fueled, it's fueled by oil. You have no electricity, light goes out. Lights is fueled by electricity. No electricity, lights go out. No oil, no fuel, light goes out. You can't purchase it anymore because the money is worthless. That's what I'm saying. But all fuel's gone, and then you say, oh, I'll go buy some. No, you can't buy it because the money's worthless. It's paid by the petrodollar. That's what Iran is doing, and that's how it's going to put on steroids in a minute. Even without Master Muhammad. Iran is pretty much doing it by itself. Not as quickly as he would do it. That's why it says, "When you be born today." How you be born? How would you be born? Because you got a new mind. You got a new mind. What? Suddenly, your brain's going to process information. Gets so suddenly, information. Oh, it's invalid, and this is the only information you get. There's no conflict. The conflict is right now, and most are losing that one. Even people say, check with the angel, they still dealing with the conflict. And a lot is driven by fear. So Suleiman be the only one that wasn't, because he would be able to take and feels and reject his reality. He rejects his reality, he's living in it, living in it too. Right? His focus was on the lesson, whatever he was teaching, and my focus totally on it. It's like right now, doctor, hey man, you got to have this test. You might have cancer, and you might have this and that. I wouldn't go, but got insurance and that, and they tell me, I got to go and see one year, once a year, something like that, right? I don't even want to go in. So, but the thing is, the angel tells me, don't worry about a damn thing. You want to do this. So that's what I'm going by. I ain't taking this test. Because he get mad at me. So when he's a brother, he get mad at me. The time for him got mad at me too. Man, you're difficult. The angel's my life. Therefore, that's my mind. I try to get people to get to the angel mind, but they not. They say they know how to angel mind. They still got this mind. But you have to take a block out this mind and focus on the angel, and they can't do that. They're still worried about this world's life. That's what it says. So they cares this world's life. That's what it says. Cares this world's life kept them in the darkness. Those who love this world's life. He said, you're talking about the chaff and wheat. The cares this life. They see the message, but it cares this life. Right? His reality blocked it. Read it. It says, right? It says, they got the light. They heard the message, but the kids blocked it. So they still held on to his mind. They can't let go. Take the angel mind. But that's what's going to happen. So he's first born amongst the dead ones. That because Master Muhammad is going to destroy this mind. The only mind it will be is the original mind, which is destructive to the devils. Because the original mind tells them exactly who they are. The angel mind, you see what the angel mind, the foundation of it? Angel. That's it. I meant to say, it's our mind. The mind that takes it to home is the angel. That's the mind. I keep telling you, that's the mind. What that mind tells them that evil is destructive. That's told them that too. But they took Elijah's mind, that Master Muhammad said, he told them it was evil and destructive, it was no damn good. They don't reject that mind. So they will hold on to this. They do everything they can to hold on to this reality. Master Muhammad destroys reality. They got the mind that Master Muhammad left. The Elijah Muhammad promoted. But that's incorporated into the angel mind. So the angel mind, they'll have that mind too. The demons will have that mind too. That means they'll know they're demons. Right? See, it's going to be destructive for them. We have our mind too. And they know it's going to break their spirit. They're going to try to revive America. They know they have no choice. They're up against the wall. So you don't have a spirit. You can have a, what do they call that? You'd be depressed. but your life preservation instinct will override that. When somebody depressed, when their life's in danger, all of a sudden, what they call that, they say adrenaline kicks in. That's what's going to motivate the demons, adrenaline. They know they're up against the wall. They got to save America or die. They have no choice because they can't go to us. We kick them out. They got to save it or die. They don't want to die. So they go on rampage to try to save America. It was war. It's the locust war. You understand how these things fall in place, brothers and sisters? That's what happened. The whole world's going to have. The whole world right now has a double mind. I say, we got a mind. Yeah, they got the same mind we got. It's bad for us. We got the same mind. We got the same mind they got. It's bad for us. Their mind tells them that we ain't no damn good. We three for human. And so they look down on us. But our mind tells us. The mind they gave us tells us we only people humans. So we like animals. We treat each other like animals. Listen, nigga. There's some niggas right there. You might know, no, we don't listen to devils. No, we listen to the master. We acting that way because you understand what mind is. It's the reality we're living in. It's the data we're getting in from the media, news, everything else. And you're only going to, only time you see conflict information is that's when your brain will say, hey, you're trying to figure out which one I'm going to set the conflict. I can't see it. 5 plus 2 is this, and this, and, I can't say both the same thing. I know one of them can't be both. Both could be wrong. I got to take one. What's the best one? Take one that's comes with my nature. But everything was given before Master Thomas showed was contrary to our nature. So it's all feeling better. We had the blues all feeling better about ourselves and everything else. Okay? But when Master Thomas showed up, Drew Ali and Marcus Garvey, then we started. Right? Marcus Garvey came from, he didn't go to the hard class. He came from Bahamas, I think it was, Jamaica somewhere. So he came with count information. There was a kind of trying about ourselves. He said, I learned about Africa and different things like that. And I said, we got different information. It didn't matter that much. Then 50 years later, more information. Elijah Muhammad was going strong. Oh, I'm black and I'm proud now. See, black was bad before. The mind's changing because you get different information. That's what mind is. It's not a physical thing. It's not substance. It's just the reality around you. We can't leave out with a great substance. I mean, no, we leave out substance. I told you. 2 things in reality creation. It's energy management. Energy is your economics, energy management is your religion. That's the bottom line. They distort both of them, but that's what it is. So we go out, how to manage your energy. What's the point of that? Well, there's no energy. The land is not energy. Right? It's a place. Not energy. You can get energy out of it. You get energy out of everything. There's everything energy in it. But you can't transform sand into food. We leave out of here by great success, right? Because we have many mansions, we still need food. And you understand the world's going to be the world's, right? This mind's going away. Our mind's kicking in. It's going to rise. But they got food and stuff there, right? There won't be no food here in European countries. He said, your servants will go hungry, my servants will eat. They have food, but I don't get food. They don't just give it to us. Okay, here. Buy food from you. It's still going to be, what do you think? You get these things going to be, what do you think it's going to be? Still got to eat. Still go to the bathroom. You don't have no wings. It's okay, here's gold, because gold is a precious thing. It's a precious commodity that apparently they always used. We use it, but those came along and we use it now. We refer to ourselves gold and silver. So we give you gold. We got plenty of it. We get gold and get silver. You give us where you need the food come from. You think it's on another plane? There's manna on there enough to get through the tribulation. You gotta get food and stuff. They don't grow that stuff in Arabia. So, and a little bit hint there is that China and India, they still be operating. They still got cities. They're not hungry. They need oil to fuel because they're still trying to operate under this reality is fueled by oil. Mm-hmm. But that our mindset is affecting them too. Remember, if your brain's going to try to conflicting, it's best your nature. So that's the problem they're going to have over there. Because, hey, this is our mindset, but it's against their nature. And they got true information. Right? They got contrary information, mindset. We bring it in. It's brighter and brighter and brighter. So reality is changing, right? They still got their own, they're strong enough, they still got their civilization, their reality is not destroyed. America's destroyed, that's the first to be destroyed. American forces were destroyed. The next it is, because now our reality is getting stronger and stronger and stronger. Conflict with theirs. That conflict will turn into war because they're going to attack us. That's going to be attack us what? Because their reality is against them, which fuels their reality. Well, so they're going to attack us all because we can have control of oil. I'm trying to make all this fits together, brothers and sisters. But also, that reality tells them, right, that we will be their rulers. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. We're not doing more in detail all the time. Let's go into this. I never said enough about this here. Sound check here. 4 seasons. And people say, well, you need to go to winter again? Yeah, it'll be winter again. But now it's cold as well last time, because remember, the earth's heating up. So it's going to be cold in the summer. Right? It won't be as cold as this winter here. See? In other words, maybe what they call summer now, maybe what our winter, next winter be like after this one. Remember, the earth is heating up. We're going to be odds and everything else, but it's going to be a little cooler. Understand that. Because you constantly, the earth is continued on its axis, and we're going to go one season, another season, another season. Each season will be different, and we want that. It keeps life interesting. We'll still have season. We're going to be bored. So right now, this is the worst winter ever. Because the universe was hardly any energy here at all, so it's really cold. When next winter comes, there'll be more energy on the planet than there is now. You see what I'm saying? So we're not going to get snow and that kind of stuff. Just, right? It's a little cooler or whatever. The point is, we'll still be in paradise. It's another phase of it. In other words, because the plants will still be spring, plants still go on spring. You still have the same thing. But when fall comes, it's going to be like, brown and not green. Right? But it won't be bad for us because we're still happy and everything else. Just be, we'll deal with how we hang out in the fall. We don't know. We lost all that. We'll find out. I said, well, you're going to be another one. No, you got to go back to that. Remember, the earth is increasing energy. So the springs will be more energy than now. Some will be more energy than that. But we're going to be more energy than that. You're going to be going up the stairs. Right? But still going to have a fall because plants don't live all the way around. They're still going to die and fall. Right? And in the spring, they come, it's not going to go that. And it's everything else still fall in seasons. And so are we. And women still have, 9 months, but females will not have. No, that was a curse they gave to the devils. They will not have pains, labor pains. That will remove it. I told you, sister, there. You will not, when you get hereafter, you will not live babies in pain. It won't happen. Because you have so much energy and your endorphins be so high that you won't have, so. Oh boy, I'm getting to something. I didn't mean to get into that. Endorphins is something that makes you feel good. It's like a drug that your body naturally produces. And if you ever mess with crack or anything like that, you know how you get. When you get high for crack, you get high for marijuana, they turn on your endorphins. So now that's what they don't get you high, they turn your endorphins up. So let me put it, okay, I'm not going to get through all this, sisters. Let me put it this way. Why do you have withdrawal? Why do you have all that? Okay. Say, for instance, you produce 24,000 endorphins, 24 ounces of endorphins a day, right? That keeps you mellow. Because remember, you got bones rubbing against bones like that there. That's still hurt. But the endorphins cover it up, so you feel good. You don't feel it. That's why babies cry when it comes out, because it being squeezed that little hole right there. That's damn big question that baby. That's why it's screaming. The thing is that you produce, say, 24,000, right? 24,000 pints of endorphins a day, right? So 24, say 2,400. So I mean 100 per hour, right? So then you take something like crack, that's pretty strong, right? So all of a sudden, right, now you mellow, they take that, and of course you use, instead of 1,000 per hour, 10,000 an hour. Bam! Whoa! You way out there. 1 hour, use 12. I use half of them. Bam! Oh, you out there. But then for the next 12 hours, you only got 6. You use 12, so I got 6 left. But you got what? Let me get this right. Let me put another way. You got 24 hours, right? So you got 24 units. 24 pints. Put that way, 24 pints. Right? 24 pints a day. But you take that crap, and it use 12 of them in 1 hour. You only got 12 left. You got 23 hours left. Follow me? Let me take another hit right behind that. Then use them all up. So now you got 22 hours left, and you got no endorphins. Oh, man. See? Because now you feeling, you ain't got endorphins to cover that stuff up. Now you can go, suffering. That's why you have withdrawal pains, because you use them all up. See, I tell people, I said, that's the dumbest thing you can do is go and give a blood pressure, because he ain't giving you anything. He's not giving you, it's going to make you high. He's tricking you. He's giving you something that's going to make you use up your endorphins, so now you feel good, but then you back to me, because next time you take one, it don't do any good. Right? After that, the first high is the best one. That don't, because you have nothing to trigger. You have no endorphins to trigger. So they give you can take all the crack you want, and don't make you feel good anymore. Man, I need some, I'd suck, and it don't do any better. We don't have any endorphins. You gotta wait 24 hours so it'll build up again. And you can't wait 24 hours because you're so much pain. So an hour, you got 1,000 more, right? You use it real fast. And so you're always in withdrawal, and you never get high, never feel good again. See? And you're addicted because I need them endorphins. That's where addiction comes from. Oh man, I need that crack. Look how bad I feel. Same thing with marijuana. Marijuana not strong. The stronger it is, the worse the withdrawal system. If you take it too much, You burn so much of it, just kill you because you can so much pain going to shock. That's what's going on. But they don't tell you that. But they understand it now. Understand? So as we get more energy, but back in the Holocaust, we had very little, we had much energy. So it was in pain all the time anyway, plus the pain they inflicted upon us and everything else, man. That's why we call it the Holocaust. We're not dead of slavery. Females suffered the worst. We're gonna take care of that one. I'm gonna take care of it. So, and you go into hereafter, right? Energy increase. So now your endorphins level increase. So instead of 24 pints a day, right? Maybe you get 48, 98, 1,000. Man, you fire up all the time. That's why Christ says, you take this drink, taste it when you taste of it, because you find you feel good, you feel fantastic, and you just get better and better and better and better and better. The problem is, and you feel so good, are you going to take time? Because now, remember, you get all this energy now. That's the problem you're going to have. You get all this energy, but you feel so good. So you're going to be able to discipline yourself, control your energy. That's what it kills you. Without about it, you just feel so good, you don't do anything. Like sit there in the days. You have control your energy. But you have discipline, that's the problem. You're going to have enough discipline to control that energy and the color of all that endorphins. That's the problem you're going to have. But you're going to feel extremely good. But you're going to sit there and just look at the moon. You're going to keep on being busy. Discipline yourself. Feel good and to control your energy. You leave it there, processes. See, whatever they told you is totally wrong. Drugs, all this stuff is totally wrong, but that's the reality there. You get a pill for everything. That's why in church, my angel, that's witchcraft. Because the real name, the pharmaceutical, right, means sorcery. They will tell you that. The Greek word for sorcery is pharmaceutical. They don't see, and if you look at the scripture, it would say, instead of saying sorcery, say pharmaceutical. They take it out, leave sorcery there, because they don't want you to realize that pharmaceutical is sorcery. Because that stuff don't do any good. It triggers something in you. Right? And then you got a negative effect. I'm not going to say it, but the point is, I'm saying this whole reality is a dog reality, and you're a cat, so it's all against you. The thing is that's why it's happening over here right now. It's going to take down this reality, because you understand this reality is based on oil and the ability to purchase oil. America has control of the ability to purchase oil. The oil is over there, right? And they lose control over there, and then, right? And then the money will be no value because nobody won't take it anymore. They want real gold, and that crushes America, crushes it. The whole reality collapses overnight. Bam! Chapter 18 collapses. And then all of a sudden, only reality will be is you're in total darkness at that point. Then the only dangers coming in, give an angel. It's clear, correct. That's what we can't. People out there saying stuff. You're right. See, a bright light, not a dim light, not a store light, not a neon light, flashing light, a bright light. You got to say anything. You ain't gonna have that. See? They go to tribulation with that kind of nonsense, they ain't gonna make it. But they going with a fake light. Light distorted. So the brain can make bad decisions. See? And the thing is, you need the angel, 5 pillars of protection. You got to understand everything. If you don't put a bulletproof vest on right, put on backwards or whatever, you get shot. Oh man, you put your vest on right. 5 pillars, and I explained them in detail. And the first pillar is based on consequence. Consequences are the base of everything. That's what's based on everything. Faith in consequence. Believe that consequence it applies all the time. That's what you have faith in. If you have knowledge, you don't need your faith. But actually, it is an article of faith when you think about it, because how do you know? I mean, the brain says, but I mean, you can't touch it, right? You have faith in the fact that that's the bottom line of the universe works. Every action has an opposite reaction. So you believe in that. As time goes by, right, you become certain, you prove it, right? But you prove it as a matter of faith, well, because evidence, you see evidence. See? But not something you can touch or see. You can't see consequence, you can't touch it. You see evidence of it, like the wind. Right? So it is, that's why I say faith. In that sense, you have to have faith. That's when there's no exceptions. And if you get that messed up, you got everything else messed up. Because that's the base of all of it. Every action, opposite reaction, that's the base of all of it. That's the first one, that's the base of all the rest of them. Now you go to store that, you store the whole damn thing. You have to bulletproof vest on backwards, and you don't have it on at all. You just carry it around. Yeah, how's that going to work? Anyway, right? 24,000 years. Let me check this out. 24,000 years, it's like a funnel. You have funnel loops. Earth produces that from its axis. It takes 24,000 years to complete. And the axis, total after 2 axes change after 24,000 years. Right? And that's it. They keep talking about 6,000 years. A lot of them talk about it. Mathematics talks 6,000 years. The Bible talks about 6,000 years. Right? So that, of course, that's a season. That's a season that the devil had. You got the winter season. See? And so when they say heaven, heaven is a place. It's also it's a place, it's a condition, it's a season. Right? So they told us we go to heaven after death, while death was Holocaust. See, they took it to mean that when you die, physically die, we're in heaven. No. They're talking heaven in that sense. They're talking about spring. We're talking about God in the sense, right? We're talking God since the consequence of essence of God. That's essence. The essence of God is consequent, because God is not only God's force and power. The essence of that is consequence. So he's talking about essence as being, but he's talking about God in essence too. That's the fundamental. That's a fundamental nature. So you can look at God in that sense. Because every action has an opposite reaction. Nobody can get past that. That's what makes the spirit very spoke. They speak of in that sense, a lot in that sense. If you don't understand the Quran, they don't understand either. So spring is coming in. They got you thinking the spring is someplace you have to die. They don't know. Remember, they're like a lilac or a tulip. It doesn't know anything about the winter. It doesn't know anything about fall either. It knows about the spring, summer, and boom, it don't know anything. Don't know anything except beyond that. Because it's dead by fall. The only thing it knows is spring and maybe summer. So they was created in the winter. That's all they know. So we're talking about spring, where is that? Okay, spring to them is someplace you go after you die. And do you understand what I'm trying to say to you, bro? Says, remember, they deal with the sealed Bible. So that's what they look at it. They don't look at it as a season, right? Season after this, on that planet Earth. That's why Muhammad told you it's here on the planet. He didn't call it season though. I never heard him say it. I was only with him for about 5 years. 775 when he departed. You see, that's what it means. There's no place you go after you die. After you're dead, there's no place to go because you don't exist anymore. And those places don't exist. It's like before you was born, you didn't exist. Do you remember anything before you was born? No, because you had nothing to remember with. You tell us crazy, but I'm trying to explain to you. You're all things. Spring, it's about what's heaven, it's about it's a place, right? Because heaven's the Middle East over there. It's condition. It's a season. It's about is it a place? It's about the Middle East. Condition, right? How you feel. Everything's working out for you. Season, that's how it's started. And they think the season is someplace we have to die. No. That's what's coming in. So all the evidence you see global warming, that's a big sign of it. That's wrong. For them, it's bad. Remember, the spring mind is bad for them. So everything about the spring is bad for them. And you too. You're bad for them, but you're a spring person. So I mean, as spring come in, that means you start being energized. You start making demands. You want to be free. You don't want to be like them. You start, because spring is also, remember, spring is destroying their mind. They got a winter mind. It doesn't matter for them to do anything. Right? Spring will be the new minds coming in. The point is, we don't want to come in slow because a lot of us can't make it. That way we make it Saturday. So those times will be quicker. Those days will be quicker. When no soul be left alive, because as you go slow, that means they got time to deal with you. So, he's going to do it quick. So you come together a secret army, by the time they figure out you got an army to protect yourself. Because if you're done slow, oh man, they start figuring out. Spring. They got time to figure it out. We're still in their control. You know what you do? So you have a text, nothing else, which that's why I said they had to be cut short. And also with the fly, bam. So, oh man. But you see the same thing too. So you come together quick. When they come at you, you come together. So now, that's what has to be done now. And let's find everything to you, brothers and sisters. Have to be done that way. You have to go slow. If they have time to do damage. So that's why it says everything happens fast. Everything happens fast. Born today, destroy today, you gotta flee immediately. I keep telling you, because I tell you, it's gonna be a time, it's very dangerous. Everything has to go fast. Okay? Fast, and they can calculate and understand it. Because if they knew the hour, they said if the man house knew the hour that you break in, right? They would stop it. So you gotta do it before they can figure it out. And at some point I said, damn, this spring, all our power was melting. We still got power. We see power is failing, they still have it. Remember, as power failing, you still got it, just getting weaker and weaker. So what power they have left, they use that to focus on our destruction. Understand, brothers and sisters? So we understand that, right? Remember, we're summer people. Right? So we need spring to transition between the winter and the summer. Right? So we got to go through a transition. So we need a transition God. And we had a God of winter. Satan was a God of winter. God is age. See, when they say age, they're talking about season. They say, maybe that's a bad translation, but they say God is age. Some say God is world. Again, when they talk about world like that, they also talk about seasons. Right? They tell you 6,000 years. So the thing is that saves of God, this, and spring's coming in. We try to get Jesus to bow to him, so he still has control of the winter, of spring when it comes in. So hell with that. Right? So it's coming in, and I'm just going to make sure it come in quick before they figure it out. Right? And then remember, why is he like that? Because he's half summer, half winter. He's a transition God. He ruled the next 6,000 years. Don't tell me Elijah didn't say that. He said, as from Muhammad, we will rule, and they sit down, then we'll come back to Jabba Shabazz, It says, man from it. I'm not sure it's in Mr. Black or not, but I was there. Right? Because Mr. Shaw came out one night, he said several occasions, he said, man from Muhammad is a made God. He's a made God. He's not a natural God. Because they didn't make him. The scientists got together and put him together. The father made a decision. He had to go get his self-taught. He went and got all the information, all the scientists gave it to him. He's a made God. And they said the original God is more powerful than him. But he's a transition God. Half winter, half summer, right? The transition, he's a spring. So he'll rule during the spring. And that's all right with me. I can handle spring. No spring. There's some even more. Right? We have a problem with that. He had a problem with us, we had a problem with him. He's a God. Right? And from us, Satan. Right? And that's from Michael's God. And run for the next 6,000 years. And directly him to do his seed. Him this year. And then, sometime comes, it's transported to Shabbat, that God. That's the one they call Melchizedek. Got it, brothers and sisters, okay. That's where we are right now. Transition to spring, and the world is losing power. We're losing power, we try to gain. So that's what we're trying to do. Doing everything kind of to maintain power. Trying to control the oil. Why control the oil? Because we need to fuel this, and the oil is in danger. Trying to keep the money. Because the money is with the person all with. It's in danger. The economy is in danger. Oil is in danger. Special dollars in danger. They can tell you that. They can tell the public that they want to panic. I'm telling you. So therefore they're desperate to control it. They can't maintain control. It's not going to work. They cannot stop the spring. No. Iran explodes. Iran is Master from Muhammad's angel. It's in the forefront. He's going to join him soon if he hasn't already. If he's messing in the background, but they're kicking ass, they're hanging strong. And you'll be with them. Michael his angels. I can tell you Michael this. This headlines. Iran warns of continued attacks of U.S. deploys troops. There's not going to be troops in why over there? Why are they there? Because they're desperate. They're trying to hold on to the winter. The spring is getting stronger and stronger and stronger. It's getting hotter and hotter and hotter. All the nations getting stronger and more energized. Right? Get away from that winter thinking. I'm away from that winter thinking. With their minds. See, it goes far. They got Trump. They got Portrait out there. It was on the thing, and they had people big controversy. He's going to save the world. He's Jesus. They put their hope in him. Because the people, the average people don't know. But those people that do know, they say, man, we need Jesus. We need Trump to save America. We know America's in trouble. So he's Jesus. Put faith in him. Let him do whatever they want to do. Congress, nobody's trying to stop the man. But they know America's in trouble. They can't tell the public. When the Supreme Court went and said money is free speech, it paid off. But I mean, they gave America under control to the Jewish lobby. They got the money. They said money is not free speech, but they gave control to them. They sort of just said money's free speech. Now we can buy all the politicians. They did. You got him, see? America's desperate. It's like Germany got desperate, put their faith in Hitler. And as time goes, they put more faith in Trump. Until when they see America is gone, it's broken, and then they're going to turn on him. And the end of him will be terrible. So they're going to blame him, and everything goes. They believe America's broken. Blame him. But right now, fight, come on. in the American public, they go behind in a minute. When they realize if he's not successful, it's over. They see their backs against the wall, America's back against the wall. Trump favors. And their back is broken. Oh, you did this. Doesn't matter. He's going to be in trouble in. He's mocking him. And Trump is Jesus. No such thing as Jesus. Everything they do is backfiring. Everything they do is backfiring. By Trump blockading Strait of Hormuz, that Iran take control of, it makes matters even worse. Right? So now they afraid there might be a world war because they said anybody try to go through there, even if Iran lets it through, they pay a toll. Iran said, okay, you can go through. They said they attack them, because they ain't gonna let nobody go through there. They said, we can't get, nobody can get it. So I think it was a foreign minister, or China, I can't post who was a high post. But don't try it. My ship's going through there. You better not fuck with them. That's what he said. Say none of your damn business. So China said, you're going to send our ships around through? Because Iran said, your ships will go through. Trump said, no, any ship go through there, I'm going to blow them up. If I can get, I ain't go back. Anybody, so you put a blockade means. And I said, okay, try it. They're attacking the America's warships. They way off, standing way off because they're afraid of Iran is being whipped. But their main ships are way off the coast because they're afraid Iran's going to attack them. China ships are trapped in stacks. They told they ain't going to be trapped long. They told them, says you better not miss flight ships. They told Trump, you better mess with them. On the move. They're going to take more folks on the move so they can't, but anyway, desperate. And people saying Trump's insane. Get nervous. He ain't insane. We'll be insane in a minute. It's insane. One way of looking at insanity, right, is you are such a reality. This is the insane reality, right? It's an insane reality. How can there be a same reality? That's the thing. Realities can't be insane, can they? But from our point of view, the Jen's point of view, this is the same reality. I ain't going to sue somebody make sure we shed blood, but they don't stand winner. That's why I told Adam, if you don't make that true, you'll be unjust. So if you say if you be unjust, even touch to me, you got to be just too. Because as long as Adam didn't touch us, slaves, they could enslave us, they could work us, right? They could rule us. This shit afflict us. So that's what I can understand. Because this winter is reality. They were insane because they wouldn't accept this reality. They said, no, we're going to accept this reality. They're the ones insane. Y'all touch reality. They said, we're not going to accept this reality. They're the ones insane. We got the Quran. We got Mecca. We got Kaaba. We got the Black Stone. They're the ones insane. They refuse to accept Adam's reality. And we weren't not insane, but we was tormented, we was beat, because we submitted to this reality. They said we crazy, we insane. We're going to talk about that in a minute. You understand? Put this thing. See, but if you don't think, see, that problem is, you got people walking around here repeating like parrots. What are they thinking? No sign of thought whatsoever. We tell you that we got to think this thing through. You found that what I'm saying adds up. Mathematically, logically, but that's Injil. They don't want to think. They don't want to work like that. So when if you get home, nobody's still thinking for you. And you will have to think survive. You have to think survive. Because those people come here without the Injil, remember, they will come here with our nature, right? With this, trying to hold on this reality. Brings reality back in. Whatever, that's some of it, not all of it. Everlasting shame and Parliament. But you're going to have, right here, take a retarded person. They couldn't survive this reality. They didn't know how to do this and how to do that. It's going to be very complex, much more complex than this. Much more complex than this. More powerful. You're going to move amongst the stars. If you move around in a plane like that, I'm going to have smaller planes. So you might go through a thing for you. Maybe anybody think for you. There won't be any employees anyway. Think for you. So if you don't start thinking here, you're going to be a dummy when you get there. And nobody's going to think for you. They put you in a cage somewhere, and I warned you. See, from being 40 years, I understand. 40 years of teaching not thinking, that means your brain atrophy. We still got it. We're still alive. You can get to the gym and build some muscles back up. Because they ain't fooling me, not thinking. You got somebody thinking, they say something, right? Like I said, how much is 3 plus 5? 8. How much is 5 plus 3? They wasn't thinking. They're remembering. Remembering instinct is not thinking. Well, there's a certain degree of thinking instinct. But memory is not thinking. It's just memory. It's just data. Not process anything. You got a book. Not thinking it's data there. You got to look in there and start putting it together. You don't want to do that. Not hurting the cells. But that's the trial and tribulation. You have to think your way through it. You can't just get out here. If you leave out, I say if you're stupid, you leave out here and say, okay, man, it's tribulation, let's get the hell out of here, right? So you get out here, then you get to Arabia. Now you're there, you got sand, you got a mansion, you got sand, you got no food. What the hell? I wasn't thinking. This is what looks like I wasn't thinking. You got to take, I say, you have a great substance. It says 3 things. You get your mind back, get your land back, and you get this great substance when you leave out. That's what you need. Is the land a place to stay? And energy, economics, right? You need your mind so you know how to manage it. Hey man, what's going on, man? No, that's probably better. You're gonna be doing them as it's done to you. You will battle these devils. You're gonna do them as it's done to you unless you're here with them. You're battling with these devils. You're taking everything they got. What's the word they use here? It says, I forgot the word they use in Injil. So Babylon made naked or something like that there. What's the word they use? Eat their flesh or whatever. What do you mean eat their flesh? Think we eat them? That's what the word is. Eat their flesh. We gotta eat them. We just take all their wealth. They stole all that gold and silver, and diamonds, all that precious stuff we take. But there's some people that say, I ain't trying to knock anybody, but I'm just showing you the problem here. If they don't understand what we're talking about, say, okay, only thing you do, man, we just got to get out of here. I'll scrape subs on mine, so you know what happens. This and that, and then you get in your starve to death and you get home. But you didn't think. This is after the petrodollar. I told you. Well, the petrodollar. Man attacking both. More powerful atomic bomb. You take, okay, you drop a atomic bomb in New York, right? Going. They dropped a petrol and an oil bomb. In other words, they destroyed the economy. Whole United States is going. Everybody's starving. Everybody's eating each other. You got total chaos. So which one's more powerful? The bomb that blew up New York, or the one that destroyed the whole nation? See, everything is backwards. That's why it says in Daniel, they put their trust in the military, in arms. You never thought of it like that. Oh, they got nuclear weapons. What's more powerful? They cut off the oil, and all of a sudden the electricity goes out, no food, anything else, on the whole country. What was the greatest threat? Bomb blowing up New York? The economics that destroyed the whole country now, starving to death, eating each other, total chaos. Which one's more powerful? So who's most powerful in that situation? He said, okay, you spread out nuclear weapons, bomb our cities, and we're going to destroy the whole civilization. You know what it says, we don't have to say it. Trump probably Freudian slip. That's what happened to America, so he slipped and said against Iran. But America's the one's going down. America's the one's going down. Because they dropped the atomic bomb in America. The dollar, saying you can't trade dollars anymore. And you can't get them all. Now sanctions on your ass. No, everything is backfiring. Now America be sanctioned. Yeah. They say you can't buy anything. Because nobody's going to say anything anyway. You had nothing to buy. And we took the gold and silver with us. That's what I said, plunder them. See how it comes together? They're gonna lose us, their creativity. Right? They're gonna lose the wealth they've been stealing. Right? They're gonna lose the source of their reality. Right? And then petrodollar used to purchase, rip people off. Explain how that works, right? Boom. President Trump, they left with nothing, totally. As they were, and the word begins, so should be in the end. And it was in the beginning, so should be in the end. It was in the beginning like that. They had nothing. That's why they came out of Europe. What they had was some land. That's all they had. No money, no wealth, just land. Obsessive. So we want to take care of houses. And then the consequence catch up with them, everything we take from them. They will face things, people, and everything else. That's what we know what she's talking about. Because when you go in there, it's a question mark. You actually go into the site, just look for clicks. Dave takes control, Hormuz reopen. Then you get inside of that thing and say, actually, that's a question mark after you open. Because I look and say, well, you mean I took control, and they took control of Hormuz already? I took control of it? That's what I'm saying about saying it. I haven't taken it. Iron locks missile U.S. warships. Warships can't go anywhere near it because man got their number. China's getting involved. Like I said, China told them, okay, they said, you can't, nobody come through there. We'll attack anybody come to China and say, well, good luck there, you better mess with us. And they bring it, they're going to get it all from Iran going out. They say, you better mess with us. You black boy, you want to, better mess with us. So that's heating up because they're going to be awarded. China crushes and their treasures. In other words, they're trying to put a blockade and say China and Iran. China's Iran, right? So blockade from China set up. They backed it down. No shame. No, it wasn't. Well, it was not applause. It said, "Well, ceasefire," but they were still fighting. Those talks, America, there's subterfuge again. Boss Israel getting their ass torn up. Torn up. It said Iran hit with 500 missiles at one time. 500 one time. 500. It said 9% of them got through. Hypersonic. Only people that familiar with Injil knows this. About 3 years ago, I guess 4 years ago, I mentioned how you could build a missile that could go hypersonically, right? Because what the missiles they build now is build air resistance. That's how you could do it with limited air resistance. Once after that, you got some hypersonic missiles. They weren't talking about it before that. Is that how they making them? That story, I got proof out there. And I see, falls on fire. Everyone's triggers. See that I think his name is. See, he's with Iran. He's on the best. China doesn't get involved. There's Iran. They got this. They got players. That's all in the underground. I'm going to talk about it a couple times close, brothers and sisters. The time to end, the king of the south pushes him. When the king of the south, it was just America, Britain, false Israel. He had the king of the north. It says he should come at them like a whirlwind. Ain't that 500 missiles and like a whirlwind? See? They try to tell you that king of the north is Germany or somebody. That's about this war here. I want to talk about something else in the close. I get to it. So here, this is the part I didn't want you to read. They're talking about Malachi, they're talking about Elijah is Moses, Aaron is Farrakhan is Aaron, but what's this part right here? Moses returned after 40 years absence of Farrakhan, Aaron sitting in his seat. The Lord said to Moses, go down at once for your people whom you brought up out of the land of Egypt and correct themselves. And quit turning away from the way I commanded. That's not representing Elijah Muhammad's lessons. You're not necessarily representing the master. I can prove it. I have to give them $500 if they can prove otherwise. And I've been saying for years, they have not stepped up for it. Teaching Elijah Muhammad's teenagers is big to get you in there. People said, the guys say, hey, Moses, they sell right there. But they jump past that passage, those verses. They went past them. So they how quickly they turned away from the lessons they teach us. Here's Joshua. And Joshua's the one that takes over after Moses. After Aaron is taken out, Joshua is the one. That's the real person you call Jesus. There's no such thing. Jesus didn't exist 4 or 5 years ago. The name of Joshua is in the manuscripts, Hebrew, Aramaic, and Arabic. There's no such thing as Jesus. That Jesus' name meant 5 years ago. I talked about that. Really, I want to talk about it again today. So when Joshua heard the sound of people shouting, he said to Moses, the sound of war is in the camp. That means during the war. But Moses replied, it's neither the cry of victory nor the cry of defeat. That means this could be happening while the war is going on. This is the war he's talking about. And the end of your start has ended. No sound of victory or defeat. And this is what he said to Aaron. What did these people do to you, Moses asked Aaron, that you them to such greater sin? So he blamed Farrakhan for doing all this stuff. Most of the people were out of control for Elijah, so people out of control for Farrakhan had let them be run wild and become last out to enemies. Think about it. That's what Farrakhan's done. He doesn't control anything. He controls the money. He's rich, he doesn't build anything. He's not a program. You see that kind of program? Here's another one. There's a lightning flash in the east, shines in the west. It means a flash first in the east. There's a lightning flash in the east. So they said, man, Muhammad is the son of man, which he's not. He's not the black, doesn't have nappy hair and black skin. So how do you get around that one? America didn't send that, so that's not him. He's David, and Zeus, son of man, comes from Suleiman. He's a son. Spiritual. Was the lightning be flash east and then shines to the west? So was it be lightning, right? And it shines to the west. So it's flashing the east first and then shines to the west. So if something happens, going to happen over there. That's mass from him. He's going to do something. He's going to be a bright light over here in a minute. But I can't say it for sure. This is not conjecture. I know if they try to, well, this would be torn apart. They can barely hold on. They said they may try to use nuclear weapons. They won't be able to do it, but they're going to try. If that's the case, I'm sure mass from will come out of the darkness. It's a hiding place. Right? They got to do is so. They can smaller ships sail down in Iran. It's all over. Everybody thought he's a 12th man. Anyway, he's going to be made manifest in a bright way. Got his lightning flashes. The bright light. Because they're going to know that's from this new world because the light coming in. Right? And then, flash the east, shine east to the west. So then, his shining manifestation is going to trigger the manifestation of Suleiman here in the west. He's the son of man, Suleiman. There's somebody match from us, so what's going to do? Well, hey, bro, this is going to happen. There's something, because they're going to know it's him, because they're lighting the flash. Oh, you're going to do something to be mad. He said, Michael has angels. And so whatever he does, right, so of course, Suleiman over here to be recognized with bright light. And people going to rally to him. Very soon. Heard war in heaven. Michael's angel, him, putting the dragon, right? Dragon. That's dragon's it's his son. It's some Arabs. Dragon. He's America, Britain, false Israel. Okay, I'm going to read this and close, brothers and sisters. That's where the vision in my head, this is the book of Daniel. I saw behold a tree in the midst of the earth. The height thereof was great. The tree grew and grew strong, and the height thereof flashed, reaching to heaven. Inside of the end of inside to the end of the earth. That means there was a tree, there was a kingdom that controlled the whole planet. You know, that wasn't the devils. Our kingdom controlled the whole planet. Completely up to 50,000 years ago. Right? These there was fair, and the fruit thereof was much, and was in the meat for all. The beasts of the field, and the shadow under it, and the fowls of heaven dwelt in the boughs of it, and flesh was fed of it. See? So it was our kingdom. Right? I saw in the vision of my head upon my bed, behold, a watcher and a holy one came down from heaven. He cried aloud and said, "Thus this stuff, hew the tree down, cut the tree down, and its branches, shake leaves, gather fruit. Let the beasts get from under it, and boughs from the branches, never let the stump of its roots, leave the stump of its roots in the earth, even with a band of iron and brass." Now, I'm going to give you, I'm going to explain this what you mean, but if you get it wrong. The tree was cut down by a holy one that came from heaven. Remember? The heaven rests in the Middle East. If somebody in the Middle East cut the tree down, the tree is us. Cut it completely down, but left is in the earth. Remember, the earth was in European countries. So who's left, cut down, left in the earth. Right? No control anymore. That's that story. It says a brand of iron and brass. And read Daniel, the iron represents European countries, the brass represents false Israel. But iron, right, it's like a fake fool's silver. And brass like a fool's gold. If you shine brass real good, shine iron real good, you might think it's silver and gold. That's why I read the statue. First was gold, that's us. Second was silver, that's Africa. Gold, silver. And brass, see the pattern? Also, brass, image of gold. That's what image of gold, that's what I'm talking about. It's about the image, no. Brass, image of gold. That's what it really means. And then iron. Iron is like silver. So they both pretend to be us. And so he said, this tree, which is us, had a band of iron and brass. That means they had control of us. They had control of us. All Israel, the Jews, going to the Jews, and they said, oh, no. Daniel told you, both of y'all, that's under control, enslaved. But remember, the band was, he was cut down, the band was put, two bands put around it. That's us, understand, so understand. Okay, that's keep that in mind. It said, someone from heaven came down and cut it down. I'm not going to play with what dumbass Ishmael said. I just tell you what he said. It's stupid. See, whereas the king saw a watcher, Holy One coming down, Holy One come from heaven. Holy One, remember that name, Holy One, and saying, hew the tree down, destroy it. You lead the trunk, sumpter tree in the earth, even with a band of iron and brass, in the grass of the field. The Lord do it heaven, that he pushed me with the beast of the field, right? So he's going to live like a beast. That was us. 7 times pass over it. 7 times. So it's only for a period of time. Okay, twice, okay. Keep that in mind about this, right? Okay, this is, I guess, out of place. Let me say this before I do that. And I said, Dad, remember, David slew Goliath. But David's matched Muhammad. He's going to take down false Israel. That's what happened over there. They're going to take it down. He's person. He said, a stone, 5 stones. And 1 stone was used to take out Goliath in the head. And that stone is Egypt. Tell you ahead of time. See? False Israel think, oh, they got some kind of agreement with Israel. No, and with Egypt. No, the population of Egypt is totally against. But a few more days, but remember, false Israel, it's already been torn apart. And everybody's turning against it. In a few more days, Egypt's going to finish them off. Surprise attack from the rear. Oh, it's not the Friday night tell. Well, it's going to happen. Goliath in the head. Stone. That's the stone is going to tear him now. So I told you ahead, Egypt's going to be with Israel. With Iran. I'm not past 6 seal ground cities. The great shake is the war. This still said be a pause. This said be a pause until they take down Syria. Then they go to war. You understand that? But yeah, at the time of the end, shall the king of South push at him, and the king of North shall come and back. And you like to come in the whirlwind, all these whips and stuff? Iran command forces like a whirlwind? What it says. So people using that word. I'm not gonna, the thing is, they have control all our energy. All is our energy. The identity, us, creativity. Demons got control of our nation. They got control of our land. They got control of our creativity. They fruits of our creativity. You want to, I want to show you something if I got it. I'm going to go past. What do I have here? And that sees all the nations of earth be blessed. That's they all living off of us. They're all living off of us. That's what it says. They all need to be blessed by a secret. They're all living off of us. That's what it says. Anyway. And thy seed shall all nations of earth be blessed. Building of us, all of it. It's like one God, us, our creativity, us, one God identity, one God land, one God nation, demon. Okay. God has us in our creativity. Right? Antichrist, false Israel, God identity. The demon, some perdition, control our nation. Jinn, control our land. And death and Hades, God control the first power of creativity. That's detailed, brothers and sisters. Very accurate. And we get crazy. We fast you, then we said, and fix that. But I'll move on. I'll get into Adam. And I'm going to get something else. I can find it. Rolling that dice, keep the same thing. Once it burned down, America blown up.
$5,000. Cash payment to anyone who can prove that what lying son of a devil Farrakhan is preaching is consistent with the lessons, supreme wisdom, of Master Fard Muhammad Elijah Muhammad's representation of his teacher Master Fard's teachings.
Okay, bro, says I missed something. Hold on a minute. Something's wrong. I know I got it somewhere. So if I can find it, I want to show you something here. I'm going to have to do it. I can find it real quick. Yeah. Yeah. I lost it. Okay, boss says, someplace else. Let's put someplace else. I gotta show you this, and then we'll close. Okay. Yeah, here. Okay, I missed something. I don't know why I know. Let me just go get it. I have to do it. That's the main point I wanted to talk about. And somehow I lost it. Okay. Wait, the only point I want to talk about, and I lost it. Okay. Up there. And here. And right here. Right here. Okay. 1 second here. And it doesn't matter about since I'm here. Any point I wanted to make. Let me see. It shows that Farrakhan ain't talking no God. He don't know nobody. He's talking to himself, lying dog. Oh boy, what's gonna happen to him? What's gonna happen to him? Hands in there, also it's not in there. So, yep, my time to put it in here. Then, not there, so I'm not going to think. And things keep happening. That's good enough. Okay, here we go.
$5,000. Cash payment to anyone who can prove that what lying son of a devil Farrakhan is preaching is consistent with the lessons, supreme wisdom, of Master Fard.
Oops. Why was doing that? Let's leave it. Try it again. Okay, this is what I want to tell you about, sisters. Let me read this for you. It says, and one said, this is Daniel, says the man clothed in white linen, which was upon the waters of the river, how long shall it be to end of these wonders? This is the end of this time we're right now, right? I heard the man clothed in linen, which was upon the waters of the river, which when he held his right hand, left hand to heaven, right? You know, heaven represents the Middle East. And swear to him that live forever and ever shall be for a time, times a half. And I can break that down here. I want to get another point. We shall have the compass scattered out of the holy people. The holy people? When they came out of heaven, unto scattering the cattle of holy people. The holy people are the Sunni Arabs, the jinn. They the ones cut the tree down and gave it to them as to enslave us. It said a tree came down, and came down, holy one from heaven, came down and cut the tree down and gave it to the devils, false Israel, and the Europeans, or America, enslave us. Holy one from heaven, the same one until the breaking of power. That means their power's been broken over there. But you guys, they're my brothers, man. We feel bad about having the Gaza. I don't give a fuck about having the Gaza. They want to betray us. They get a taste of what they did to us. Now I mean, what false Israel, that's their problem, right? See, that's why they're going because this is their requital, their judgment. They get a taste of what they did to us. It's going to get worse because we're going to go back and take our land in a minute. We're going to be kicking ass. We're going to keep their ass out of there. They're all in our lands. Palestine is our land. Egypt is our land. Tunisia is our land. All is North Africa. That's where it took us from. They took it from all Northwest Africa. All those places right there was our land. Morocco, all that. They sold us into slavery and took our lands. Kicked out of Arabia and took our lands. We sorry that they are brothers. They all have brothers. But what Joseph, his brothers, did to him, they threw him in slavery. Took everything he had, threw him in slavery. And their power is about to be broken right now. So what happens? Their power is broken. And now you see their power has been broken. Because they said, Iran said, we're going to destroy all y'all over there. We're going to break all your institutions, everything. Destroy all their the installations, everything else. Their water purification, they're going to be totally devastated. Until it's war between Sunni and Shia, and now they're devastating the Sunni over there. Their power, it's happening. Power. They said that would happen. You didn't see it happen 10 years ago. You didn't see it happen 20 years ago. You didn't see the Arabs going to be destroyed. I've been telling you that for years, and now you see it happening before your eyes. Iran threatened them, and then they're nervous. And there's someone back in America. Iran's kicking their ass, and they said they don't have nothing to drink. I mean, food, because they're blocking streets and everything else. Until the power of breaking, this shall be accomplished. To scatter the power of the holy people, the same one that betrayed us, cut our tree down, broke us as a nation. See, that's what they don't know how they talk over there. Oh, we're going to side with them. We're going to go over there and help them then. They get everything is being all consequences all has to be resolved. Everything has to be, like I said, in judgment, everybody has to pay what they've done. So now they're paying what they did to us. Now the land been taken from them. And they're being beat and tormented and everything else. They get a taste. That's just taste. Wait till we come over there. We ain't gonna be raping them and all that kind of stuff. We're gonna get their ass out of there. We move them out of that land. That's what we're talking about, Amalek. Okay. That is right there. Read it. This is Daniel. They the ones cut tree. We that tree. We was one enslaved by China, by America and Britain. America falls Israel. And they the ones cut the tree down. And now it says their power be broken. That's when it comes. Their power be broken. And then, right? And shall be time here, and we shall have accomplished to scatter the power of the holy people. Then all these things be finished. I stood down and I said, oh, my, which end of these things? He said, go that way, Dan. Words are closed up and sealed to the time of the end. The angel. The words are sealed up. Hit Daniel and the angel until time of the end. That means the time in. Is Farrakhan broke the seals? Elijah break the seals? That's how I'm breaking seals. No one broke the seals. You don't know what they mean. You still know what it means. Unless you listen to angel, I tell you exactly what it means. I can prove it. Not a guess. They be purified and made white and dry. But the wicked shall do wickedly. None of the wicked shall understand. They won't understand the angel. The wise shall understand. From the time the daily facts shall be taken away, and abomination that make a desolation. I told you that's already occurring. Look at abomination. The uprisings were put down with great cruelty. That's exactly. Look at abomination. That's what it says. Imagine he to come into 1,335 days. Go that way, for thou shalt rest and still stand in thy light in the days. Who's Daniel? Daniel's the son of man. There it is. See? That power is being broken right now. The holy people, they're the ones to betray us and cut us down and stole out of the land and gave us into the grasp. That was a Satan. I mean, yeah. Stand by, I'll leave it there. Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Rahim here. Daily update. This is a covenant. Over that time we're in. No one's ever seen anything like this, and it's going to get a lot worse. told you, firestorms on the way. You can start feeling the heat. Right in the sun, heat wave, firestorm, heading this way. Feel like they're starting to feel it, but they deny it. Oh man. Hoping that hope against hope that hey, something's going to change. No. And they're in total confusion. They never seen so much confusion in this country as total confusion. They say, oh, the president's confused. I explain to you. He's a personification of what America is. Look at him. That's what real America is, not the poles. He represents. That's the way pressure works. Maybe you understand that one day. Everything is like, this is the time. There's so many things, brothers and sisters. You know, they said they had no fear. There was no fear of God before their eyes. That means they had no fear of consequence. That's what it's saying. You gotta understand. You ain't gotta understand anything. Just you're like you're going. Right? That's what it means. So, plus, they was like pampered. Because the consequences of hell was dammed up. See, by us, if they told angels to submit, that means you're doing something that's there's a consequence to that. So they're Adam's rule, and they don't even know. Phyllis can tell who Adam is. Can I get to Adam? He tell Adam is. You know, they're all confused too. Confusion is a major sign of destruction. Confusion precedes destruction. No, confusion precedes the mind. The brain becomes confused. So many things calculus trying to find a solution to the problem that it can't. There's no solution. The solution is survival. When there's no solution, right? That means that then you see a computer, you start smoking, smoke come out of it. It's trying to find a solution and there's none. There's confusion because it gets erratic, gets desperate. The brains are calculating, working. They can't find solution. That's confusion. They can't find solution to what's going on right now. Everything's getting worse. And like I said, it was pampered in a sense because two aspects. Once you know how to understand what Adam is, their power was conditional on our submission. So who was in control? If we didn't submit, they wouldn't have been able to rule. The new rule of the earth, but it required us to submit within the rule. So we've always been in control. Like it says, the crown, we've always been in control. We submit because for a greater good. Submit to pressure, because pressure transforms you. We want to elevate ourselves. We submitted. So by us not submitting, then we was damming up the consequence of what they was doing to us. Because somebody punch you, you're not punching back, then you're submitting to the abuse. See? So now you absorbing it. You hold it back. So if you're the God, then you can hold it back. If you're not the God, then you just because you don't react, it's gonna come out another way. They get cancer, they get sick, or they have accident or something. It proves to be God's. If you understand the mathematics, because only gods can take the damn consequence, because we are the consequence. Anyway, I have to keep this short. I says it's a half an hour to 45 minutes. Every daily, I'm introduced every day, right? The daily update. That's what's happening, brothers and sisters. There's a computer in. Check my sound. Yeah, so that's what's going on here. So by submitting, then that's why it says, once we stopped submitting, then we became to control again. And they destroyed. Two things happen together. Because you've been punching me in the face for 40 years. So when I stop, when I retaliate, that's into you. That's the elevation of myself. I'm not on my knees anymore. You understand that? I say study pressure. Pressure help you with the Injil, tremendous amount. That's one advantage I had. Because I understood pressure before I got into Injil. That way it's helped me. It's a big help. That's what's going on. So everything is backfiring now. Because now they're in judgment. The judgment started in 2020. The first plague was COVID. This started in 2020, 1619 to 2019, 20 years. And then God said, we'll judge that nation. God didn't see that. But he don't see anything. And you're going to see it in a minute because this war we're going on right now is central. That's why it says a time of unprecedented trouble. It's central to everything that's going on. It's central. It's so powerful. And I'm saying the intensity is going to increase. Things are not going to get better. Things getting worse. Everything. America is so much confusion. Oh, well, we agreed to this. We didn't agree to it. It was ceasefire, not ceasefire. We're going to do this, but no, we're going to delay. And we didn't know what the agreement wasn't right because the people that was doing negotiating didn't understand English. And oh man, even on social media, man, it's one big voices talking against each other or across each other. You never seen confusion like this, and it's going to get a lot worse. And Mr. Trump, he's going to, hey, what they're going to do to him, obvious, when the firestorm actually hits, they're going to blame him for it. Blame him for it. What they're going to do to him. And but anybody they can find, they do something to him. What his boss says is terrible. Yeah. Unprecedented trouble. All the nations on it. They said, why are they imagining strange? They would conspire together. All the nations conspiring against us. Because they've all been living off of us. It'd be nice if there was others. That's the thing about a tree, right? That's why a tree has branches. The fruit comes off the branches. Then there's a branch, right? You have different branches because you know, it's like Elijah Muhammad. Now he speaks, and he speaks true race, same race, wavelength frequency. But the point is, you have different qualities in there. The thing is that he could speak, and the older people, his nature was mostly older people. He was an older person, right? And then when Malcolm came along, hey, because they didn't hear Elijah, not because anything was saying was wrong, right? They didn't feel those people, you know, because they were a younger crowd. They could more identify with Malcolm. The thing is that Suleiman has to be a chameleon, I guess, and try to reach every frequency and wavelength out there that's within the framework of his body, because there's no one to help. It's amazing, because they were saying last Sunday, oh, he will bring all truth. How can he bring truth to anybody? You don't know any truth. The angel explains everything. Once you expose the angel, Because before you're supposed to injure anyone that's touched the angel before, and the ones out there in the street right now that haven't had angel, they have no idea what's going on. They read the Bible, they don't know. They go by faith. Oh, I believe that's right. Even Reverend Mike jump here or whatever. I don't know. That's in the Bible. And if you were to ground it, that's even worse. You don't know the Gen are. You don't know God can make God are. Most of them going along with the interpretation that Christians are telling me they got it all wrong. I don't know. I have no idea. Totally blind. And they don't know they're blind. Right? Because they told, hey man, you got a job, you got a car, you got your lady right here. You must see right now. In darkness. And then once you see these things, because you have to admit that something's wrong with you and you're lying, you have to admit that it's a bright light. And all of a sudden, you was walking around in the days, and now you got 20/20 vision. And then you just stand there where just looking. That's what it says the Levites would do. Once they got it and started Mark, once he got his mind back, he wanted to get out of here. He didn't want to go back and, but hold on, what's your problem? You got to go back and talk to the rest of them. They don't seem to get that message. That's what it is, brothers. Everything is exploding. It's backfire. I'm explaining this backfire and I'm close, brothers and sisters. First of all, they don't teach you mathematics. They don't teach you science. They don't teach you physics. In fact, they do steer you with those subjects. They could steer me with those subjects because I went through myself. I taught myself. I looked around and said, these teachers, man, every time I look around, they're reading a book. In class, they bring a book. So, why I need to sit around here? I can read a book myself. In fact, I can determine what books I want to read because they tell me what books they want to read. I was into that. Start reading myself, start studying myself, start figuring out things. And that was a big alert right there. So it was a theory. Right away, I knew they knew it. There was a guess. Theories means a guess. But the things you have is theory. That's not a theory. Well, I mean, it's a guess. It ain't right, but you think it's right. Religions, you can't prove any of that stuff. Yet still, you put your whole life because it's fear. The element, the crucial element in Christianity is fear. Take it out. It had no value at all, none, zero. Take the element of fear out. No value. Now, in Catholicism, they didn't have that before 5 years ago. Think about that. 5 years ago, it was Catholicism, right? It was called Christianity, right? 5 years old. Like, why do you think they tell you Christianity is 5 years old? He said, that's why a lot of people don't believe in it. They say, oh man, that's following her. How come about Christianity? Because it's still bad. There's no difference between Catholicism and Christianity. Christianity is the Protestant movement that broke away from the church probably 5 years ago, spearheaded by England, the British. I'm not sure about what I'm going to say right now. So I think it was King James that speared the breakaway, but I'm not sure. But I know he's the one that's had the Bible translated from the Greek, not from the Hebrew. That's how you got that Jesus name. It didn't exist before 5 years ago. And that's when enslavement started. And they couldn't enslave you with the Catholic Church. Even though the Pope condoned it once they went to him with it. Right? But there was no element of fear because all you got to do is confess and you're good to go. But the Bible says, no, hell, no, ain't no confession here, man. You're going to hell if you don't believe in Jesus. Period. Right? Forever and ever and ever. That's what Jehovah's Witnesses get off. They said, man, that ain't in the Bible nowhere. Of course it's not. They had to put that in there to keep you under control. Make you think that what you died was worse than what You have it here. So therefore, you hang on to this and you obey master. Because you didn't, you would go someplace worse than this. Say, ah, damn, I don't want to go anything worse than this. I don't want to do anything worse than this. That's the idea behind it. Some of you still caught up in that fear. Most of you are. Let's just tell you. That whole story about the pole and the serpent. You're still caught in it to some degree. That's why you can't break free of the gravitational vortex. You're still cultivating that fear. Don't tell me you're not, because if you didn't, you'd be escaping the gravitational vortex. You'd be into the angel. So you can say whatever you want to say. That's the fact. That's why exes tell you, fear, fear. Look up to that serpent, because you was afraid all those serpents after you, all the devils. I'm a Christian. That's why I told Suleiman, I said, be bold, be courageous. Because you got to show them there's nothing to fear. You got to be an example of it. Because if you sit around here, you're scared to death, and you're scared to say things. How are you going to transmit? How are you going to communicate fearlessness in them? You sit around here and say, be bold, be courageous. Don't worry about it. Damn, I got your back. That's another part of my mission. I got to be an example. I'm afraid of them. I'm afraid of death. They already had me facing death and everything else in the past. I'm facing it now, probably, because they got some scheme going right now. Everything I don't know about it. But I ain't going for it. But that song said, I can't go for that. No, I can't go for that. Can't do. Say when I want to, Anyway, what's going on right now is primarily, it is backfire. Because now the dam is broke. The consequence of what they was doing, that's why Chris called, there was a period of grace. I think that's what they call it. They said, because there was no consequence, meaning there was no consequence for action. There was a period of grace. But they attributed to their belief in Jesus. There's no such being, there's no being called Jesus, made up name, made up person. There's a Joshua. So, they make, all this stuff is made up. Keep you under control. But the thing is that now that the 40 years is over, you're not obligated to submit to them anymore. That's where Elijah, right? He came after 40 years. He came to 4 years. 20 years was still in effect to prepare you, right? It was over. It wouldn't be over until the messenger covenant showed up. 2020. All of a sudden, boom. Everything's been backfiring since then. Everything's backfiring. That little thing they hit over there, they went over there trying to put a little raid and they just backfire. Everything will backfire. Understand the mass of it. Because now the dam is broken. The dam, we was damned up consequence because we were just submitting. We wasn't retaliating. So, but now the retaliation is loose. And everything they do is backfire. They went over there to try to take out Iran, and now it's worse than ever was before. It leads to economic collapse. I try to explain how the dollar works, petrodollar, okay? How the reality works. See, you don't get this information anyplace else. I kind of know that's right. Well, he's telling you, time of unpressed, or time of intense darkness, and he's told not to shed any light. That don't tell you something? Says that people send darkness in a great light. But he said, no, I ain't saying nothing. Because God told me to be quiet. Well, we knew. It's dark out here, man. We've been paying that light bill for 40-some years, and now it's dark, and we turn the light don't come on. And you tell me, hey, man, I'm not going to come on? Well, then give me money back then. Oh, no, but see, how in the hell is he going to, he get away with that, telling you, God told him to be quiet at a time when he's needed. That's his purpose. If he's a Messiah, that's when he's supposed to shine. In darkness, that's when he's supposed to shine. He said, no, I'm gonna leave y'all in dark. This is what he said. I'm gonna leave y'all in darkness. Y'all figure it out yourself. What the hell do I need you for then? That's what he's saying. Figure it out for yourself. I didn't tell you a damn thing. God told me to tell you nothing. Anyway, everything's backfiring. So I'm gonna close out in a minute, brother and sister. Everything is backfiring. Because of consequence. They're in the zone of consequence, a time of consequence, a time of trouble, a time of distress, destruction, and it's going to come on them as whirlwinds are coming in and because it says all what they've been doing, and that's just doing to us. They've been doing it's coming on them in one day. So they went over there to try to take out. They thought they was taking out Iran, and now they made the problem worse than it was before. Now Iran. They said, "Oh no, Iran is the ones kicking their ass. They're the superpower." What? Okay, here's the Hulk. He kicking ass, right? But then you cut him off. He has to get food from you, right? But you say you get a food no more. How bad is you gonna be? You gotta eat. That's what eat. Who's in control? It's like a dog. The dog will tear your ass off, but you got him on a leash. See? Man's got the whole world on a leash. Because it was designed that way. Move on, brothers. It was designed that way. I keep telling you. That's why you can't be messed around as an angel, because everything was designed perfectly. Like exotic watches, they're very intricate. Every little thing has to be exactly right. That's what it is. And so you can't mess with anything of it. You can't go out and say anything. You know what you're talking about. You've got to add it mathematically. So the thing is, we gave them oil as a source of energy. You see, well, they was around 5,000 pounds a year without any oil. They lived with that. So oil, you don't have to have oil. Well, your reality is going to depend on your source of energy. Maybe your source of energy was solar panels. Like, just light from the sun. You could build a technology off of that. Yeah? What kind of things you build as a result of that? Look what Master Muhammad does. They don't know his source of energy. And the source of energy we would use going into the future was just totally different, anything they could imagine. So we said, okay, we get two birds with one stone, so to speak. We got all that oil under the ground. Like with billions and billions and billions of years of organic life dying, and that's what happens. Don't take my word for it, Google it. That's what happens when organic life dies, right? And you bury it. That's why they don't like cremation, that kind of stuff, right? Just put it down the ground. No coffins and stuff, put in the ground. Eventually it decay, and decay will result in oil. And build up over billions and billions and trillions of years, and now you got oceans of oil under the ground. But you also have oceans of drinking water underground too. We don't get oil from the oceans and stuff. It's salt water. So that's why you can dig a well in the middle of nowhere, because if you dig it deep enough, it taps in one of rivers of drinking water. And you got two things going together, and if they touch each other, it pollutes the drinking water, and we got a problem. Make our own planet, our universe. We made it. We set this thing up. So we said, okay, after 20 years, it's time to get rid of all guys. It built up. Let's get rid of it. So we make Adam the personification of energy deprivation, and we give him, teach him oil. Because remember, after a while, it runs out. There's so much in there. All that source. And no matter what happens, eventually they will run out of power anyway. If we didn't do anything with them, eventually they look around. Most people predict that it may take about 60 more years of oil in the earth, and then the whole thing will collapse anyway. But now we get all that oil out. that's the source of their power. We're all out now. So we take over again, we have to all that all so now drinkable. And things like that. So we control all these things. So Iran got and the thing is the place that has the most to make sure we have someone in control of that lawsuit. And it turned out to be Iran. That's why Iran's the one that really is keeping that thing under control over there. Because if it went for Iran, America would took over the Middle East already. Those Arabs, man, they like to blow cheese up and everything else. They're not good warriors. It didn't work. James Congress whooped their ass. Turks whooped their ass. English whooped their ass. It was good for a while. Who's the one was running control Spain and North Italy? That was the brothers. Morocco, the Arabs. Muslims. Anyway, right? Well, and this petrodollar thing, I explained that. I'm not going to it now. But now, Iran is stands in the heart. Smash their heart out. Because that two things right there, perhaps not only America particularly, but all European, the whole reality. The reality is built on the source of the oil. Manage it with religion, but the point is the tool is money. Iran is, I told you, money is worthless. Let me go over that one more time. We'll close. If you go into a town and you got monopoly money, you're the fastest, you got a little game. You go in there and everybody's scared of you. Nobody's going to mess with you because you shoot them. You treacherous. They know that any resist, they shoot. So you go in there and say, okay, man, I want to buy me some boots and I want me some colored beers and everything else. And get some monopoly money. What are you going to say? Okay. We'll get killed. So you give him monopoly. See, you make him feel good. You tell him, tell this person, everybody in town has to accept this. So now he don't feel so bad now because he can take that monopoly money that his use gave him. He can take that money and go buy supplies from somebody else. Because what's the value of it? The value of it is that man is gain. It's not tied to gold and man is gain. And they can determine how much that gold, how much that monopoly money is worth. That's why America's concept war, they built a big war machine because they went off the gold standard. And they remember the game tells anybody don't accept this money, we kill them. So everybody accepts it. The problem is, they go out of town, they can't go to another town and buy supplies because they ain't going with that. Once the gang is there, the gang. So now, what's the gang got to do? Because eventually, it's going to dry up because, okay, you can do it within the town. The town's got to buy supplies, right? So when they go, they can't use that. Go out and go. So the gangs have to go in every town they can deal with that. Go in and invade them and tell them that's the way it is. You understand? What's going on in America? Why they got to invade this country and do this? Because that's the bottom line. They can't tell you that. They tell you the money you have is only based on their ability to intimidate people. And that's why they keep Africa so poor. Because they go over to Africa and say, see, let me understand how this petrodollar works. Petrodollar says, remember, at that time when they put in that got diluted somewhat, that's what they want to take from Russia. Because when they set this up, the primary source of Arabia, they call it slavery, but that's a long story. It's Arabia, okay? So they said, this new reality coming in, modernization. You want modernization on the oil. You want electricity, you want modernization, you want cars, you want to modernize the world, you need oil. That's the fuels. So you got to get oil from Saudi Arabia, because Arabia, that's probably where it's come from. And so Arabia will only take dollars. They won't, you come your credit, they want it. They don't take dollars. That's the agreement they made. You understand? So therefore, you say, okay, let me get dollars from. Okay, Mary, I need some dollars. Okay, how much dollars you need? Well, I need $1 billion. Okay, well, if you want $1 billion, you got to give me 1 billion head of cattle. 1 billion head of cattle? You mean, I'm going to give you a whole cow for $1? Well, if you want dollars, that's what you got to do. That's the deal. That's like getting a poor there. They say, okay, well, you don't pay, and you don't get dollars, and now you still stay in Stone Age because you can't get electricity, you can't get cars, you can't do any of that stuff because you get oil for it. You understand the game now, brothers and sisters? And so to make that work, they got to go in and force imitate every country to accept that. That's why, if you can take it out, that's why kill Gaddafi. He said, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to accept dollars because we have oil over here. We're not going to accept dollars when they kill him. Same thing Saddam Hussein. He said, we're not going to accept dollars anymore. We want gold and then kill him. Because Russia had oil. So it's China. No, China doesn't. You understand? But see what Iran just said. If you want to go to Strait of Hormuz, but remember now, the source of oil, primary source of oil for most of these countries still in Middle East. Right? But you got to pump the oil out, right, to get it, right? So say for instance, you control the pump. Right? If you control the pump, that means they have to check with you. Once it what oil, they got to check with you to release the oil. That's what Hormuz all about. Because once you pay for it, now it's got to come to you. They said, no, you ain't, we close it. So even though you pay for it, you can't get it. So damn, we got it. See the problem? Now we don't pay for it, or we can't get it. And now they went another step to where they says, okay, you can get it, but you gotta buy it, you gotta give us a toll. We don't accept dollars. You see it again? That's tearing the American economy down because now they won't deal with dollars. They won't accept dollars. They know it's worthless. So if you want to buy Arabian oil now, you don't have to use dollars anymore. So they can't go and tell you, hey, intimidate you anymore because nobody wants your dollars. They want so much Chinese yuan, or what do they call that? You understand? Am I getting across to you, brothers and sisters? That's what's going on here. You understand the simplest terms. Because your dollar is worthless, it's their temptation. Temptation is because they're a big military enforcer, and they have to force all the world to go along with it. They put sanction stuff on them, and I ain't even got to terrorists. All these things, nobody explains things to you. And if you got any sense of brain at all, you understand that's as clear as explanation of what's going on here. The dollar's worth nothing. The dollar's worth nothing. If America can't intimidate anybody, all of a sudden, nobody's going to take your dollars. I'm not going to take it. I want them dollars. I can't do anything with it because I got to go buy supplies from China. China's not going to accept dollars from me. Total economic collapse. It's running here. That's immense hearts for fear those things come from earth because the powers have been shaken. Because what's going over there is affected here and it's on the way here. And I'm going to explain to you, I'm going to give you a little heads up when it gets here so you can put some asbestos suit on or something like this so you get burnt with a heat wave coming and burn this because it's going to burn people's ass up. It's coming. And it's coming fast and furious and hot. France may become a superpower. And they, as far as I know, they haven't even met their 12th Imam yet. And says he will be with them, Michael and his angels. Michael's master from him. Ask who Michael is. He's going to be the one to deliver us. But we ain't going to West. We're going to deliver, right? We need to deliver. That's the simplest terms. If money is mean and backed by nothing other than America's ability to intimidate, and they're not able to intimidate, China's not going to give you any goods anymore for money. So if you buy goods from China, they want gold or something for it. So therefore, those products in store, you won't be able to use dollars. And if you did, something costs $1 now, it costs you $1 million tomorrow. And it said it would be like that. And I should put a quote here. It says people will pay, like, I'm paraphrasing, like $1 million for a piece of bird shit. Because they got reduced it, that was the only food they could eat. They eat themselves. And there was astronomical money to get that, because it said they would throw their money in the streets because it's worthless. They would throw it into the streets because it's worthless. And Iran just struck a fatal blow. And they ain't backing down. They're not backing down at all. And things get worse and worse and worse. And America more confused. Confusion is increasing. And which thing is going to happen? It says, that's hard, because right now that war is getting worse and worse. I told you America be kicked out of the Middle East. Almost the only way out, ain't they? I told you Sunni, it's going to be a Sunni Shia conflict. It's been breaking down that way. Now they're all after Iran. Everything I told you is happening. It's not watch the weather stuff, and Armageddon is started. You see Armageddon? That's what we are. And during this war, close out brothers and sisters, but during this war, you're going to see some dramatic things happen. Read Exodus. Great things happen while the war. One thing, Farrakhan will be disposed. He's exposed. He's about to be disposed in a horrific way. While the war is going, how long is the war going to last? It won't last much longer. I can't tell you exactly, because it says no one knows but the Father, Master Prophet Muhammad. No one knows the exact time. I know the general time. I don't know the exact time. I know it's so soon. I know a lot of major critical things going to happen while the war's going on. And you already see it right now. America, they got America right now. You can listen to even social media tell you, they got America by the throat, by a juggler. Some say by the, you know what? They never know what to do. You know, I use nuclear weapons. You want mass from short real fast? We're going to try to put a nuclear weapon over there. It's not going to happen. You heard from me. They will not explode a nuclear weapon over in the Middle East. They will be one explode in America. It won't be exploded over there. That's what's happening right now. Everything to do is backfire, because this time of consequence, grace over. So, and everything to do is backfire. They were over there to do a little thing and backfire. They end up losing all. They said lost more planes, everything ever in the Vietnam War. They got killed. They would hide the numbers. Both Israel's, everything's backfiring. They're doing it. And it's time of backfire. It's time of your redemption, if you want it. It's going to force on you. They're going to force you to realize it, because Mass from what he's ready to do. He's going to force you to open your eyes. He's going to force you to open your eyes. Now, what you do with your eyes open, that's up to you. Because right now, he's got him by a juggler. He's about to squeeze in. So lady ain't going to be able to breathe. They're trying to open up straight. That was a scam anyway. He's trying to get the markets up. But now it's shut down again, because they talking about, because they're attacking Lebanon, whatever. You think oil prices are bad now? What? Some places like $2.50. A few weeks ago, now it's almost $5. That's nothing compared to what's going to be in a minute. So they tell you how it's going to end. It's going to end badly. It's going to end up in life ending for America and Europe. It's your redemption, if you want your redemption. So it's not going to turn. It's not going. Everything I've done is bad. It's getting worse. They go, oh man, the Strait of Hormuz was open before you went over there. Now, see, we planned everything. There's a lot of better planners. They're in division and confusion, and it's going to get worse. Okay? And when they get so desperate, that's when they're going to attack you. I'll leave it there, brothers and sisters. You understand? Explain to you. Oil and money. That is. Presentation explain more detail. Look at control of it. Yeah. You're not backing down. They already almost kicked America out of the region. I said they would do that. That's me. These things, everything I said that would happen is happening in detail. I said the Sunnis would be against the Shia. Boom. I said they'd be kicking America out of the region. Boom. They're almost all gone. I said they come out there, false Israel like a whirlwind. I said false Israel going to be abandoned. They're not leaving false Israel there by itself. It's going to affect Europe. That Europe and America will be at each other's throats. That ain't that happening right now. Everything I said in detail, not like, oh, no, I said in detail. In a few minutes, not only America and Europe against each other, they'll be actually at war with each other in a minute. And Sam said, and the president's out there, that's not make about it, sisters. Well, what's this? This is last thing here. It says, by your seed, all nations will be blessed. So you look at it and say, how all nations blessed from as far as Israel? Blessed means your seed be given, they have access, they be have blessed by your energy. Like when you bless somebody, you give them of yourself. Everything boils down to energy. So that means who lived off our energy? That's how I got rich off our energy. Because Israel claiming they're us, so they get rich because of what people think they give it to the true Israel, they give it to a liar. They're saying, God says, you blessings will be blessed, the curses will be cursed. So they're saying, we the cursed ones, so you got to bless us and curse us, bless them and curse us. Which is a lie, so they act backwards. So they getting benefits that they shouldn't get because they tell them a lie. They claim that God shows people, so everybody's supposed to help them. They take something that belongs to them. Right? America got us. That's our creativity. They got our land. Right? Sunni Arabs. And industry. And AI came out of America. Industry, the Industrial Revolution, and the AI Revolution, and I can prove it, came from our creativity, so it belongs to us, right? We're supposed to get the fruits of it. And so in America, they gave it to China and India instead of the fruits of our creativity. They gave it to them. So they're all blessed from our energy. India and China is blessed our creativity. And they took the industry, the AI, they gave it to Indians. So everybody's got, plus our lion dog Farrakhan, he's got rich off the nation. That's why he said a man robbed it. He said a man, not an individual. Who could be robbing a nation? He hasn't built anything. He's taking all the stuff that come into so-called economic from his pocket. So he got children, they got children, everything belongs to us. That doesn't mean they were blessed, because they're all living off of us. He's claiming he's supposed to, the Messiah, so everybody's giving all this. We should be going to the Elijah or the Messiah, we'll take that money and invest it back into people. He put it in his pocket. Everybody, they got land, industry, creativity, a name, individual, and us. You can't deny that. And that's Joshua's job, to take it all back. That's why my God's back. That's why my God's back. That's what's happening. That's what's war. And trigger all of that. And trigger all of that. Dear Lord, that's not legal. Great security, fuel, management. And you say, brother, sister, they roll the dice, they nervous, don't know what to do, bro. So everything else feel a punt. The roll the dice, maybe, right? But keeps coming, this is what keep coming up with. So it's being burned down, America being blown up. Keep rolling the dice. Oh.
$5,000. Cash payment to anyone who can prove that what lying son of a devil Farrakhan is preaching is consistent with the lessons, supreme wisdom, of Master Fard Muhammad Elijah Muhammad's representation of his teacher Master Fard's teachings.
That's not nigga.
$5,000. Cash payment to anyone who can prove that what lying son of a devil Farrakhan is preaching is consistent with the lessons, supreme wisdom, of Master Fard Muhammad Elijah Muhammad's representation of his teacher Master Fard's teachings.